What? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome.
From my mouth to God's ears. Father, open doors of opportunity without limit to bring sponsors into my life. Will speak on my behalf behind closed doors, even in places where I'm not yet qualified to be. May these sponsors be people of integrity who will share their platforms without any ungodly expectation. Specifically, I ask for presidents, ministers, generals, CEOs, directors, principals, heads of departments, entrepreneurs, artists who are willing to share their platform, stages, resources, time, and to risk it all by either tasking, inviting, and seeking counsel. Okay, talk about. So that lives might be saved, so that we can teach law and ensure that lives. So that we can teach law and ensure that lives are saved, so that we can teach law, so that we can teach law and ensure that lives are saved, so that lives, law, so that lives might be
Heron, Mamkase, Mangwanana. Greetings to everyone. This marks the third day of the African Peer Gold Network Conference in partnership with the College of Law. Themed the intersection of justice and decoloniality, strategies for transformative and reformative agenda. Justice without decoloniality is merely an illusion, for true justice can only be achieved when we dismantle the oppressive structures and that perpetuate inequality and marginalization. It is imperative that we critically examine the structures and systems that perpetuate these injustices. Today we gather here with a shared commitment to challenge the dominant narrative and power structures that have shaped our legal system and to envisage a future where justice is truly accessible to all. The conference theme showcase the agents and importance of our discussion. Bob Marley once said, and I quote, "If you know your history, you will know where you're coming from, and you will never ask me who the H I am." Bob Marley once said, I will just omit the word age for now. It is important to think that if we cannot achieve this democracy, this decoloniality, without addressing historical legacies of colonialization and its impact in our society and knowledge community. My duty is to program direct and not to prolong. I will not overstep my duties. On the program, my name appears as Mr. Lepoto, but as me standing here, I am Mr. Thomas Mabala. So it's a correction that I wanted to make. I will be your mental capacity in this day, which means I will be your MC. I will start by calling the first item in our program. It will be the conference announcement, which will be made by Professor Angelo Dube. Prof, may you come?
Thanks, Mabala. Good morning, colleagues. Mine is very, very short. It's just to sensitize us to the ICT and media layout that we have, I've noticed that people are oblivious of the camera at the back there. We keep walking straight into it in the line of sight of that camera, and we keep messing up the visual that's coming out from that camera. Let's be alive to that camera. Even when we stand up to take photos with our phones, let's know that there's a camera there that's focusing on what's happening on stage, and we need it to be undisturbed. There's a PTZ camera here which flips up and down, left and right. Let's be alive to the existence of those two cameras and try and keep clear of them. Other than that, the MCs will keep appraising you of the rules, or not necessarily the rules, appraising you of what needs to be done as we go forward. Like they said yesterday, we don't want you to switch off your phones. We want your phones to be on because we want you to tweet about what's happening here so that the world out there can know the good things that the University of the Land is doing in the knowledge generation economy. Thank you, Mr. Mabala.
Thank you very much, Prof. Angelo Dube. I think the rules which you have just given us or shared, I once broke them yesterday. Maybe perhaps if we can go back to the videos of yesterday, I'll be the most famous person on who will be disturbing the camera. Thanks a lot, Prof, on that. The second item, I will call Dr. Morodi to give a welcome address and remarks. Thank you very much. Over to you, Doc.
Good morning, all. Or good evening, all. No, thank you very much, Mr. Mabala, for the opportunity being afforded. On behalf of the Deanship of the College of Law, that is led under the stewardship of Professor Kole and Professor Budeli Namakonde, we are thankful for the opportunity to share with you in terms of how appreciative and how grateful we are to have seen the unfoldings of the events as of yesterday. We are very, very much elated and very, very delightful to that, because the blessings we have received from our leadership is that they are very, very happy. They could see that we are trending, and even the resounding success of the first day of the conference, it has not gone unnoticed. This particular college, the College of the Law within the University of the Land, is characterized by a number of features that speaks of law, criminal justice, and also infusing an element of MIT, multi-inter-transdisciplinary outlook in her DNA. Prof. Dube and the team, we are very, very, very much happy with the preparations, the unfolding of events, particularly this particular conference, which speaks and echoes an African voice, a narrative that will go down in history when UNISA celebrates her 150 years, that our footprint or our blueprint is engraved in the chronicled state of this university. It was also pleasing to see our future leaders, future students from high schools, it must be something that we embody, because it's something that we always say, charity begins at home. We must take care of those young ones, particularly in the marginalized societies, those who need role models, those who need their path to be charted in such a way that they don't deviate from their main dreams or goals. Our students, very, very important stakeholder. Without them, we are non-existent. With them, we fly like eagles. Their contribution and participation is well noted and well observed. And we say, as a College of Law, as part of the catalytic niche areas of student support, we want to be in that particular space of saying, how far can we travel in giving our students support? We're no longer going to count our steps in kilometers, but also in mileage. The first day I was here, I was able to observe, indeed, a very, very resounding success, though we have not yet even come to the conclusion of this particular conference. Let me remind those who are in attendance and those who are joining us virtually so, that this particular college is an extraordinary college. It's a college that is quite unapologetic in its approach for social justice, in addressing national interests as captured in the National Development Plan, and also in ensuring that the Africa Agenda of 2063 is realized, in as well as also factoring in the UN Millennium Development Goals. It is a college that is not only consuming everything that is put to. We sit down, we critically analyze, is this to the best interest of the country, the university, the college, or our students? Our students are featured for a number of reasons. I will only cite one. During the process of module development or any study material development, it was realized that that voice was intentionally omitted. You look in terms of the work of Paul Ferrer. We are in the space of saying the type of students that we are producing are not those who will be replicated, but we are of critical thinking level. Transformation of our curriculum, it's something that we are unapologetic to. Elements of Africanization and decoloniality are our heartbeats. As I indicated, the trajectory that we are moving on is quite progressive. In every space of this university, where anomalies are identified, without any doubt or any skepticism, instinctively the college rises to that particular challenge. As I indicated, that the narratives are to be engraved in a space whereby we say it's speaking to the interests, the needs of our country and its people. We are more of unmatched or unparalleled type of a college. That when we address national issues, no emotive are infused, but the objectivity that must override subjectivity. We would like also to invite our stakeholders, those who are in the world of practice, those who share our same sentiments. We say, join us so that whatever product or offering that we envisage should be that one of the best of the best. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday we had what you call a high-level panel discussion. Perhaps maybe we don't know in terms of its implication and its significance. The significance is that when these discussions are engaged, we are talking about policy and law-making formulation structures. There's an influence that this particular conference will have. In whatever space that we try to address, it might be in law, criminal justice, or MIT. We'll also try to say, extend the hand of invitation to others. Knowledge was never being owned. Knowledge or revolution or evolution has always been something that belonged to the people, not individuals. You go and look and read the work of Che Guevara on revolution. You go and read about the work of Thomas Sankara. You go and read about the work of Molefi Asante. Only few talk about those Africans in the African diaspora, those who are keeping us abreast in terms of developments. Are we moving parallel to what we intend to achieve, or are we on the right path? When criticisms are leveled, the part that we look at is that of constructive criticisms. If you are being criticized, then you are being given in terms of a recourse to approach that particular level of criticism, then we are appreciative of that. Program Director, I don't want to take much longer time, but would like to say, enjoy, contribute, and when you go back to your respective communities, share that particular message. That message is not for you. It's for the people that have sent us to be here. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mrodi, for the welcome remarks from the dinar. If I have to say something, is that decolonization is revolutionary and lawyers should be revolutionaries. You spoke about Thomas Sankara and the revolution. One of the key elements that we should understand is that when we decolonize, we're producing revolutionaries, because of the decolonized education will never produce a revolutionary. So in those ways, I believe that the current and the upcoming law students who are going to be produced, and the current lawyers and future professors, will be revolutionaries, will not be professors and lawyers who will just accept principles that do not even speak to African knowledge communities. Thank you very much to the College of Law and the Dinar for the remarks. The next item will be the introduction of UPGR and other partners. The first speaker that I will be calling will be a member of the board of directors of UPGR, which is Dr. Madlazi. The stage is yours.
Good morning, colleagues. Why do we seem like we are not energized? I loved what, thank you so much. Yeah, good. Yeah, struggles of being short. I am very short, and now we're struggling to do this. But anyway, nevertheless, dynamite comes in small packages, so yeah, don't worry. Good morning, colleagues, and a warm welcome to this conference on this second day. Thank you so much for joining us. It is a very great pleasure for me to be here with you, standing before all these esteemed academics from different backgrounds. We are going to learn. I can't wait. And we are going to learn a lot and engage so much in terms of different perspectives, different ideas. That is what I anticipate and I'm looking forward to. I am Dr. Matleza, one of the board members of APGRON. My duty today is to tell you about APGRON and give you a brief background about what APGRON is and what is our role as APGRON in terms of decolonization. We are a non-for-profit company with a vibrant team that has a team of African researchers that has different researchers from different professions. We do have different people who are coming from business, people who are coming from law, people who are coming from aviation. This is what this conference is about. Sometimes when we see law, we expect that we are only going to be discussing law, but this is not the role that we as lawyers are only going to play, but a role that is going to be played by different people from different areas of life and areas of profession. That is what APGRON is. We welcome everyone, and from yesterday, if you saw, we are an organization that is there to assist different people, there to be discussing about the future of researchers, the future of Africa with people from different angles. We did have scholars here to show that this is not only a conference that is going to be dealing with seasonal or people who are already professional researchers. We want people, scholars, to be here, to be in this conference, to understand what it is to be a researcher. So APGRON is one of those organizations where we welcome everyone from different angles of life. In APGRON, we aim to improve research capacity in Africa and increase contribution to the global research outputs. If we know that, from what we know as researchers, that most of the knowledge that is out there, or the sources of knowledge that is out there, it is only coming, the majority of it is only coming from the global north. Where is Africans in this? Where are we in this, in contributing our knowledge? Where are we? This is what we are trying to frame. We need to contribute the knowledge. We need to be the ones that are writing our history. In many years down the line, we should be able to say, it is us Africans that have written this. It is us Africans that are providing solutions to our African problems. It can't be people from the global north that are giving us solutions. Where are we in this arena? We should be able to contribute into the knowledge that is going to provide solutions for Africa out there. So this is one of the things that APGRON is aiming to do. But how do we do this? How do we aim to be part of the people that are producing knowledge out there? How do we aim to do that? We identify challenges that is being faced by African researchers, and then we try to provide a support system for that, such as conferences like this. We exchange ideas, providing support for each other. We try doing that by enabling an environment for emerging researchers, scholars, academics, and professionals to grow in their research and also to positively contribute to the Africa's growth. That is how we aim to do this. We also have programs where we do a mentor-mentee relationships. We have mentor-mentee relationships which are research-focused and driven by mutual interest of both parties and as well as needs of the mentee and the mentors. We need to understand what is it that we need and guide each other towards creating knowledge based on that. So we provide mentorship we also provide for those, because we never stop learning. Even if you're a seasonal researcher, one who is an expert, we never stop learning. It is platforms like this that we carry on learning. Even if you're an expert in something, someone is going to give you a different angle of your research ideas, and someone is going to also assist you in that. So it's not only about imaging researchers, it is also for us to learn. That's what APGRON does also. We also intervene in areas such as research design. Those are the key areas we focus on, development and narrowing down your topics in different areas. And we also do editing techniques and include public speaking and conference presentation, just like we are doing here. When I was growing up, I would not have been standing here talking to you, because I'll be thinking there's going to be Dr. Murodi here, there's going to be Prof. Dube. I would be afraid. But if you saw what was happening in the room next door yesterday when we had our scholars, we gave them that courage to be able to speak in a group of people that are well qualified. They also had their voices out there. This is what we want this to be about. Some conferences, you need to pay for that conference. We didn't need to pay for this conference to come here and attend this conference. That is the platform we need to produce, wherein no one is going to fear because they cannot afford. We want to be able to share ideas without discriminating based on whether you can afford or not, and being afraid that these people are well qualified and I'm not. That's the platform we want, so that we start from a young age, like Dr. Murodi has said, we start from a young age and we educate. That is the platform we want for APGRON. The other thing is that we want to provide a space where African scholars meet to share ideas, learn from their forerunners, and contribute towards bridging the gap that is there in terms of knowledge contribution between the global south and global north. That divide should be removed. And who else can do that except us? It is only us that are always going to be able to bridge that gap, because for some of us, we are the first ones that have reached this stage. We are the first ones from our homes that have reached this stage, and it is our duty to change that. And we're doing that through conferences such as this, as this one, which APGRON has managed to bring to you today. And also, we want to mentor these people. That's what we do, mentor. We also want to train, and we also want to develop these imaging scholars. That's our duty, and it is not only the duty for APGRON, it is a duty for all of us. We also want you to join in this change we seek to achieve. It is not only about APGRON, it is about all of us. Please join us in changing this narrative. Join us in changing the narrative of the fact that only the knowledge is contributed by the global north. It should be contributed by us. We are indeed our ancestors' wildest dreams. So let's make sure this works out. Thank you so much. I am going to call Ms. P. Zororo to just give a support message, but thank you so much.
Good morning. All protocols observed. I don't want to miss anyone. I'm very honored to be here this morning representing the students, our law students. I'm the secretary of the UNISA Law Students Association in Tshwane. This is actually the third time this conference is happening. I attended last year, and it was incredible. I learned so much so that I actually decided this year I'm also going to write a paper so I can have an opportunity to present before everyone. And also the learning experience is it's unbelievable. In the pursuit of knowledge, the topics that we actually have in this conference, that will really help us to delve into the intricate realms of labor law, transborder justice, and the unique tapestry of apartheid in South Africa. I'm excited to be learning about this and the role that education plays in shaping a society grounded in fairness, justice, and equality. With the ever-evolving dynamics, I can't wait to learn about financial markets. I mean, there's now banks who are coming out saying they have been manipulating financial markets. I think we all can't wait to hear what our scholars have to say about that. In the realm of conflict, both local and international, I mean, we have the Israeli-Gaza conflict right now, the Russian war. There's also topics on that, and I can't wait to learn, because as students, we ponder upon the frameworks that foster peace and harmony, and all these defense laws and how they can be resolutions. We want to know how those things come about, and we're very excited to learn about that. I also have a paper, like mentioned, which I'll present tomorrow. And it has been very interesting to examine the evolving paradigms and seeking innovative solutions when it comes to aerospace and linking it to human rights. And in the context of UNISA, where we have an open distance institution, the significance of research becomes even more pronounced. It transcends geographical barriers, fostering a collaborative spirit, and enriches our understanding of diverse legal landscapes, such as those explored in the realms of international law, financial markets, and conflict regulation. I mean, there's many other topics that we'll learn about. Furthermore, these types of conferences just come back to show how UNISA, and especially the College of Law, is really trying to involve everyone. I mean, look at me, I'm an undergraduate student, and I have the opportunity to come here and be presenting. I mean, the involvement of students as the biggest pillar of the institution is really quite a big thing. I mean, we are learning so much, and in the words of Phil Collins, in learning you will teach, and in teaching you will learn. With that, Prof. Dube, Abgron, and the College of Law, we say thank you for giving us the opportunity to teach and learn, and including students like myself in such conferences, to be in such spaces. This is just the beginning. I have no doubt that we'll go way beyond this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doc and Ms. Panashia, Ms. Zorur, sorry about that. I just want to make some few comments about the two presentations and maybe engage on them. Doc, you spoke about public speaking, and I want to say something about public speaking in Upgrown. You know, firstly, when I came to Upgrown, I could not even stand in front of everyone and speak. And I'm still learning how to speak, because my background is from a political space where the only time I speak is to shout. So that's the speaking part, and the only time I speak is either I'm singing a struggle song or I'm telling someone to say, let's bend this tire. So that's speaking to me. But when it came to Upgrown, it's a different story. So I would say that there's growth. I don't think the G doesn't stand for anything other than growth. So there's growth and there's continuous learning. And you spoke about decolonization. You know, I always say that you need to question the question and question and question and question. So you spoke about aviation. So can't we say that Africans actually practice aviation before? Because of when I used to grow up, I used to hear that people used to fly using brooms. So they could transport goods using brooms while flying. So maybe that's decolonization, I don't know. It's a topic for another day. So, and to Ms. Zororo, like I said, I spoke about where I come from. You know me, I used to strike and bend tires. So usually when I realized that actually I should have learned before these things that I'm learning now. So when I invite fellow students to say, please come with a conference, and they don't come, when I meet them in corridors, I don't greet them. It's because of, I feel like they don't want growth. They don't want to see what I saw before. So thanks very much for the presentation. I would call Dr. White to the podium to speak about the Southern African Journal of Security. Thank you very much.
Good morning, colleagues. I remain my humble self, Rex White, Tega Nakrire. By the special grace of God, I'm being opportune to serve in this capacity. This is a new birth that we have. And how do we care for the new birth? I want to believe at a point in time, we must have nurtured and cared for children. Am I correct? And we must have also cared for people who are sick. Or somehow we must have also been cared for. And that is the reason I'm trying to employ all of us to please care for this, our journal. This is a new journal that we're giving birth to, and the name of the journal is the Southern African Journal of Security. It was given birth to on the year 2021. It's one of the journals that is also being managed by the UNISA Press. And by the special grace of God, I was made to serve in this journal as the editor. I have other people that are also working with me, like the person of Mohammed Motola and other folks also in the UNISA Press. This journal is a multi-interdisciplinary journal that talks about issues relating to security. Not just security only in the field of law, in terms of the resources that we have in our homes, but globally. Security in terms of our livelihood. You see most of the activities that has been going on in the country in terms of, theft. So we need to also sensitize and make people to understand what is going on. And one of those ways is to share knowledge. Share knowledge in terms of publication. And that is why I want to beg all of us. We should help to market this journal such that people will begin to come to us and share what they feel about the reasons of why we need to secure ourselves, secure our property, secure our family, secure our environment. This multi-interdisciplinary journal is a broader overview from societal perspective relating to issue of safety. It helps to reflect on various aspects of security, and it encourages researchers to share general knowledge. It does not necessarily mean it must be empirical, whereby you collect data or you conduct interview, but sort of an opinion that you have regarding things that are happening. It will also be welcome that you should please share with us. We've had papers that are submitted in terms of just opinion regarding security and safety. And we have also accepted those journals. The journal was assigned to me last year, 2022, And since then, apart from my experience having served in other journals as a guest editor and as a reviewer, I review for so many journals, though, and with those experiences having shared with the board and team members of management, they felt there's a need for me to come in to play this role. There are several people who are consigned serving as editorial board team in this context, especially regarding this journal. Person of Professor Govenda, Professor Mahen Nala, Professor Motobi, Dr. Mari, Dr. Peter Joseph, Ms. Nomsa Kebe Kule. These are people from our own context. I have also reached out to global space where we have recognition of people from overseas who could also serve in this space as far as this editorial board is concerned. Some of them have indicated interest, but they are yet to get back to me, such that our journal will not just be only in our context, but it will be more global. With this in mind, I've also been doing a lot of advertisement regarding this journal. I've advertised this journal in different social network sites like LinkedIn, social media platform like Twitter, like Facebook, and also through emails to several colleagues, not just only here but outside South Africa, such that they will be able to be part of this journal. And with that, I have had several submissions. Now, in our peer review, when papers are being submitted, we send to reviewers. Initially, 2 reviewers who are experts in different sub-disciplines or niche areas, as far as these whole broader spectrums that I've just mentioned is all about. And these reviewers will review the work and they give their verdict. But if it happens that maybe we are not too satisfied, or I'm not too satisfied as the editor, I relate to some of the editorial board who could also see what has been said. And with that, we take it further, just because in order for us to maintain quality, we want to ensure that we have good reviews. And if it happens that the work is not very strong, I wouldn't say bad, because no work is bad. It could be sharing of knowledge of a very complex or just a general thought. We want to ask the author to please expand the work. And if the author feels interested, we take it further by doing much reviews, pointing out areas of strength on how we could only accept this journal. With that in mind, we have been able, by the special grace of God, because I want to believe everything we do is to His own strength, not our strength. We have published 7 articles this year and 1 book review. And there are also other papers, manuscripts that are under review. We have also been able to secure international standard serial number from Paris. We are working tirelessly that before next year, this journal will be on a global space. We want to see that the journal will also be on Scopus. We are trying to apply right now to Dodge, where the journal could also be in that space. And with this in mind, what I've just shared, I was sharing with a colleague today who said, well, we colleagues here also need to patronize this journal. So please, we should have it a thought, write something about some of the securities that is ongoing in the country and send to us. I will be most excited to accept your paper. Some of the issues we are having regarding little challenges is when it comes to reviewers. We find it difficult to see people who help us to review manuscript papers, just because people are busy, and some of the people do complain that that is not their area of strength. We are still trying to see how we expand on that. But if you feel you also want to participate with us, being a reviewer, you are also welcome to reach out to us, and we'll be most obliged. With that being said, I want to thank you for listening. Please help us to propagate and share knowledge regarding what this journal is all about. And we do know that in no distant time, hopefully by next year, we will be online. And the journal is also work, because from what they told us, having published certain numbers of papers, we will see how we become accredited. And once we're accredited, we'll be in the DH database platform. With that, I want to thank you.
Thank you very much, Doc. We're at the breakaway time now. I think we're going for breakaway. Session 1 will remain in this hall, and session 2 will be in the next hall. Thank you very much.
Welcome one, welcome all. We're going to enjoy today. We're going to enjoy today. Thanks, Chief. Thanks. We're going to enjoy today. We have brilliant presentations. But guess what? The young adults are going to be busy also. Amongst us who has done maths and only maths and nothing else? Can you just reflect by show of hands? Anyone who has done maths and nothing else, just show by raising your hand. Maths, mathematics, X, Y, and Z. Wherever, as long as you've done it. But if you've done it at university, okay, lower your hand if you've not done it at university. So I'm the only one doing it. You will ask why. The reason is, it's a mathematician on the floor. She has a very bad handwriting, but everybody here has a good handwriting because he's not a mathematician. Why is this important? It is important because we are here to build. There is something we are building. And this thing that we are building, it needs us to make sure that no one is left behind. And no one will be left behind. Academics, they always start with a quote. I happen to be blessed to be, as you might have realized yesterday, in the Cabral, a scientist. Amilcar Cabral says, there's a book he wrote which is Tell No Lies, Claim No Easy Victories. This is a scientist who turned things around, like these young adults that are going to turn things around. Amilcar Cabral continues to say, and I'm doing this so that you go and Google Amilcar Cabral, you'll enjoy. He says, educate ourselves, educate other people, the population in general, to fight fear and ignorance, to eliminate little by little the subjection to nature and natural forces, which our economy has not yet mastered. Convince little by little that we shall end by conquering the fear of nature, and that man is the strongest force in nature. Now, why am I using Amilcar Cabral? I'm using Amilcar Cabral because, not only because he's a scientist, but because the approach we're going to use is the one that enables us to learn from everyone. I've greeted everybody, including those that are on the platforms, be it TikTok, be it Facebook, be it YouTube, be it your versions of Zoom, your MS Teams, and many others. You are greeted. And we want to assure you that your views will not be left behind. So as we begin, we are pleading that you will write your comments on the platform, because we will collate those comments and utilize them. I discovered that I'm the only person here then who does not have a good handwriting, because I was writing X and Y. And so, to make sure that we balance the scales, even the participants that are here in person will receive some papers. They are not for exams. The papers are for writing your comments that relate to each presenter. And why are we doing that? We're doing that, one, because we want to develop a knowledge reservoir of the comments. Secondly, time is not in our favor. Thirdly, no comment must be left with you. It must be left with the institution so that it becomes an agenda item or an area of research or improves the quality, the depth and breadth of the paper. The person who's speaking is Nandi Pansaluba, a child of UNISA, and we are here as a homecoming to make sure that we plow back. So we are going to operate as follows. The drill is going to be as follows. I will first check the presenters, because we need to check that all the presenters are here. I've indicated that we are going to have some papers where we are going to write the comments. We write the questions so that those questions get captured. If I can get someone to distribute the papers to all of us, please. For each presenter, you have a paper so that you write and you write and you write. Thank you very much, Papa. God bless you. So in the first track, we have, forgive me. In the first track, or the first lot, we have 3 wonderful presentations that we are going to have. So which means, because you have a good handwriting, you must get 3 papers, 1 paper per person. You might not write your name if you so wish, but if you so wish, you can do that. All we want you to empty your knowledge on us so that we can use that to build this wonderful initiative. Secondly, as you might realize, I'm going to keep us all busy. I've done some mathematics. I discovered that is 20 minutes per person. So it then means I have to be very economic on time. How are we going to do that? I'm very shy to stop people from speaking, but I've been taught in the military that a paper speaks better than anything. We have a 20 minutes, so when you are midway at the midpoint, you will see a paper raised by someone which is written AU. It's not African Union, it's almost up. When it's time, you will get a paper raised called TU. I'm pleading with our presenters to observe these as they are being raised, because what we are going to do, like I said, I'm going to appear now and disappear till you finish. I'm going to appear now and disappear till you finish. So, in my way of doing that, I'm going to introduce the first tranche. The first tranche is constituted by Mahlatsi Innocent. Is Mahlatsi here? Mahlatsi Innocent, she's here, thank you. And Lisiko Musholo, powerful. And of course, we have our learned friend, Sis June Max, she's here. The way we're going to do this, everyone has got 3 papers. We are going to make sure that we write the comments and the inputs, so that if it has been impossible for me, short as I am, to see your hand, you must know that your comments will not be left behind. They will be collated. And guess what? These are the same comments that will assist you in improving on the document. We have agreed then that by way of operations, there will be almost up at 10 minutes interval, and then there will be time up. Please, when this is raised, allow us to move to the second person and the third person. I want us to look at the time that we have. I want to suppose that we have 20 minutes per person, which means 60, and then 80 for questions. So, if we then start at, because now it's 10:46, and if ideally with all the preparations and the connections and everything, we start at 10:55. No, 10, yeah. We start at 10:55. You add 20 minutes to that, and then you look at midway. like I said, I'm not an arithmetic person, I'm a mathematics person. We deal with X, we don't deal with other things. So I'm going to look for a person who is able to actually look at the numbers. So we have between 11, it's 60, between 11 and 12 to do what we have to do and finish. And that is why then we will have the first presenter presenting, the second one, the third one. And that is why you have the paper, so that you can write your comments in line with any of the presenters. I've already indicated then that today we are blessed to get brilliant inputs in terms of Pepuda. I'm excited because as an author of Pepuda, I'm here today to listen to, one, the protection of employees' well-being against racism in the workplace, an application of Pepuda, and the critical analysis of legislation monitoring racism in the modern Africa, South Africa. Now, then we move to the interrogating the claim of fair trial as bar to extradition in South Africa. What a paper. Who are these people that will be presenting these? Like I've indicated, we have Mahlatsi. Who is Mahlatsi? Just bear with me so that we finish the admin side of things and then we get to business. Mahlatsi Innocent. Is a doctor. She is a senior lecturer at Northwest University, and where she lectures constitutional law at Potchefstroom campus. She holds LLB from University of Limpopo and a doctorate in commercial law from UCT. She's passionate about research, education, law, and development. Allow me to end there for now so that you can dig deeper as she's going to show us what it is that makes her tick. The second one is Lesego. Probably let me start with Mrs. John Marks. Mrs. John Marks is a learned friend. She has a practice in Sandton. She holds a BCom with a distinction, LLB with a distinction, LLM with a distinction, with specializing in liquidation, insurance, and company law. She is currently within the UNISA machinery in the LLD program within international criminal law. Her focus is on defense of unfair trial in extradition matters. And this is rooted in her personal experiences defending high-profile persons against extradition requests. I'm not going to read it all. I'm just giving you a taste of what you are about to get. The last one is Lesego. Now, Lesego, I must find you. Lesego, page 30. Lesego is an advocate of the High Court and a former postgrad assistant at the Department of Public Constitutional and International Law. She's currently pursuing her studies in LLM in human rights, and she's currently a board member. How blessed we are to have a full range of people dealing with human rights, international human rights issues, as well as HRM and labor law issues. I have indicated that as you see me now, you will not see me till they finish. And so, the only thing you will see, not from me, is AU, almost up, and TU, time up. And as soon as that happens, please try, when AU appears, try and migrate towards closure. You have 20 minutes. The powerful and the power of a presentation is being able to condense it and convince within 15 minutes. So, having said that, then, allow me to descend the stage and allow the experts to actually ascend. It's just unfortunate that we don't have chairs this side, because it would have been nicer if we are all this side. And from me, allow me to disappear as I allow the experts in the field to take us through. Thank you.
Good day, colleagues. Good morning, colleagues. As I've been introduced, my name is Mahlatse Innocent Make Malachi. and I'm a lecturer at the Northwest University in Potchefstroom. So my topic today is on protecting employees' well-being against racism in the workplace. Racism remains one of the most controversial and sensitive subject matters, and as we already know that individuals are not free to talk about it, and neither can individuals easily address issues that are emerging from racism. So, however, real-life experiences of racial discrimination and racism continue to be visible, and they can also be visible in the workplace where there are a lot of people who are coming from different races. So it can emerge from diverse cultural backgrounds, races, tribes, and we can also experience this in the workplace, in institutions of learning as well. So racism is defined as the belief that characteristics and abilities can be attributed to people simply based on their race, and that some racial groups are superior to others. So the legal framework is clear as it is. So we have, including the Constitution, we have various employment legislation that speaks on racism, and I will not dwell much on that, but what has been contained in there is that the Constitution and all employment legislation do not define what racism is, but what they do provide for is issues on unfair discrimination, and one of the grounds is race. So you can also check in Section 9 of the Constitution, that's where we get a lot of various grounds that have been also included in different labor relations acts. Like your Employment Equity Act, you look at Section 5 and Section 6 for elimination and prohibition of unfair discrimination in the workplace. So where there is racism and someone needs to report a matter, they can also go to the Equality Court and report a matter where a person has been unfairly discriminated against, and they can also rely on Section 20, which can be read with Section 7 of the Promotion of Equality and Prevention of Unfair Discrimination Act 4 of 2000. So there are various challenges that can be experienced, and most of them may be, as I mentioned them, you might be confused as to why I would mention them as challenges. So in South Africa, as the quote that you'd see there, in South Africa, there is a lot to be done in relation to issues that are surrounding racism. So accordingly, racism and racial prejudices have not disappeared overnight, and they stem, as demonstrated in our history, from a misconceived view that some are superior to others. These prejudices can also be seen with reference to gender discrimination, and they are evident in the workplace where power relations have the ability to create work environment where the right to dignity of employees is impaired. So the argument that I'm trying to make here is that it is possible for victims of racism to be keen to report incidences of racism in the workplace. They may be keen, and sometimes they may not be keen to report such matters. So the reason behind this fear and being unsure is being unsure of whether they have experienced racism or they haven't experienced racism. So according to the UNICEF South African poll, it has shown that 68% of South African youth stated that discrimination is a regular part of their lives. Either it has been experienced at institutions of learning, the workplace, or even in their respective community spaces. So irrespective of racism being widespread and community and subtle, it is often ignored in the workplace by both the employers and the employees. Hence a survey conducted sorry, my slides have moved. Hence, a survey conducted by the Candola on Racism at Work shows that 1/3 of employees who did not report racism had alluded that they were unsure of whether it was racism or not. We can also refer to the case that you see there, the case of Rustenburg versus Bester. So amongst the various challenges of racism is poverty. So the role of poverty in the lives of individuals may leave some employees without a choice but to accept any work condition without considering their well-being as the first priority. So the same can be seen in light of issues that are arising from racism in the workplace, where such behavior is conducted by a superior employee and you do not have power to talk back or to report them. So the fear of such behavior, the fear of being dismissed from work can overpower the fear of staying and accepting all forms of abuse as they come. So it is posited that accepting that employees who suffer under such conditions can be regarded as the voiceless. However, other authors and writers say there are no people that are voiceless, but people are made to be silent, or they are preferred not to be heard. So racism in the workplace can also make the working environment hostile, and it can have a huge impact on employees. A racially hostile work environment may leave employees feeling unappreciated for who they are and the work that they do, and may create a sense of resentment. Again, the racism in the workplace can also make the working environment hostile, as I've mentioned, and may leave employees feeling unappreciated for who they are and the work that they do, and may create also a sense of resentment. So more so, this can threaten the well-being and mental fitness and the work competence and performance of a team and the entire workforce. So the effects brought about by racism also threatens the financial viability of the business, because where employees are not treated the way they are supposed to be treated, it has an impact of them being productive in the work that they do. So, and again, employers may also lose skilled employees who have the choice to resign if they get employment elsewhere. So in some instances, racism in the workplace can lead to racial trauma, something that has been referred to as race-based traumatic stress. Unfortunately, we all know that racism can affect anyone. So a study that was conducted in the United Kingdom shows that cumulative exposure to racial discrimination over time significantly worsen the mental health of human beings in general. It can also lead to mental health issues such as anxiety, depression, and physical problems. So to fight against racial trauma, there is a need to be resilient, and there is a need for healing amongst individuals as humans before we find healing as employees. So organizations that accommodate and tolerate racist behavior create a lack of psychological safety for their employees. Consequently, this can lead into low productivity, and high staff turnover can be experienced due to disengagement of the employees. And lastly, there is also liability on the part of the employers. So vicarious liability arises on the part of the employer relying on the Employment Equity Act. For example, in the recent case of Solidarity Ober-Oosthuizen, where the labor court held that an employer had failed to protect an employee against racist employees. the employer was seen to be the employer was the employer was found guilty for not taking action against the employees who were racist to the colonel. So another example of where the court found against the employer for failure to take responsible steps to avoid racism in the workplace is in the case of Satau versus Old Mutual. So in that case, relying on the Employment Equity Act, the court held that uttering racist remarks about black colleagues amounted to racism. In so doing, a delay by the employer to discipline the perpetrator was seen as a wrongful thing on the side of the employer. So now I look at the possible solution and conclusion. So racial harmony in the workplace must be of paramount importance to each and every employer and the employees as well. Although not every employee will be free to discuss issues on racism in the workplace, employers must facilitate and promote discussions on racism in the workplace. Organizations need to also disseminate and educate employees on racism issues and what amounts to racism. So the role of educating employees may be affected by human resource personnel, as they have the duty to train and develop employees to help meet an organization's needs. Although employers are placed in a tight situation to eradicate unfair discrimination and racism in the workplace, employees may do so as much by familiarizing themselves with ways to avoid being racist. Furthermore, workplaces need to have a clear and non-biased reporting channels that would easily allow victims of racism to report racist conduct and behavior. When incidences are reported, human resource personnel should not just take it upon themselves to ignore such reports. This will encourage employees to report incidences of that nature and to also avoid it entirely. Because human resource practitioners or personnel are also employees who belong to different racial groups, they also need to be trained on how to deal with cases that arise from such issues. So in conclusion, it is generally important that employees must not be left in a situation where they are in a predicament to either report or resign, because workplaces are our second homes. Thank you very much. The next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Lesego Mhlolo, and I will be presenting a paper called The Critical Analysis of the Legislation Monitoring Racism in South Africa.
question you, please remember no mere return is allowed. So you will write, whether you write a comment, but you must have something that actually assists the presenter and the organization in terms of growth. So no mere returns allowed, no green paper allowed.
Okay, apartheid was a system which separated black people in South Africa from 1948 to 1994. Black people were not allowed to live in the same neighborhood as white people under the Group Areas Act. Black people were not allowed to attend the same school as white people under the Bantu Education Act. Nelson Mandela, who was elected as the first black president, advocated for racial harmony despite a peaceful transition to democracy. We still have a problem of racism. South Africa has seen a decrease in racism since apartheid, with the abolishment of laws promoting segregation between blacks and whites, such as the Marriage Act, whereby black people and white people were not allowed to marry each other. The Pass Act, a pass which was meant for black people. Only black people could carry the pass. Since South Africa's democratic era, the government has addressed the apartheid's legacy of unequal resources and allocation. Example, the BEE, which aims at facilitating participation in the economy by black people. The Equality Act, which was passed in 1994, addresses the past discrimination and addresses income and resource disparities. The efforts that the South African government is making in dealing with racism is not enough to remove racism completely from South Africa. Racism remarks are prosecuted under the common law offense of criminal injury involving unlawful infringement of another's dignity or privacy. Since the legislation that deals with racism has not been passed, common law rules apply in hate speech cases. Black people in South Africa still face racism every day. For example, Penny Sparrow, who made a racist post on a beach comparing black people to monkeys. Vicky Momberg, who also criticized black officers and called them kafir when they were trying to help her in a smash and grab incident. A picture of a classroom with white and black children separated caused an outrage. The teacher was suspended and the minister investigated the case. Then there was an incident that was on TikTok Live, where a white boy called Sinwabile an EEF and yes, kafir. Then there is another incident on TikTok of a restaurant in Free State, Sasolburg, called The Bar. It has our black political leaders' pictures in a urinal whereby they piss on. political leaders such as Julius Malema, President Ramaphosa, former President Jacob Zuma, and Minister Nkosazana Zuma. We as South Africans could learn a lot from other countries such as Australia. The Australian government has introduced the Racial Discrimination Act in 1995. It prohibits insulting, humiliating, offending, or intimidating another person or group based on race. Examples of such incidents include gestures, drawing, images, and written publication. All Australian states have racial discrimination legislation similar to the Federal Racial Discrimination Act, but their approach to the vilification and hate-based conduct varies. In 1989, New South Wales made it unlawful to incite hatred and ridicule based on race, and in 1989 amendment to the Anti-Discrimination Act 1977 also established a criminal offense for such actions. So there is both criminal and civil aspects to the vilification. South Australia and Victoria have anti-vilification laws similar to New South Wales, addressing both civil and criminal aspects of the racial vilification. Queens and Tasmania prohibits racial and religious vilification, while Tasmania covers both, but it doesn't impose criminal penalties. Western Australia, on the other hand, has criminalized the racial vilification under the Criminal Code, ranging from 6 months to a year imprisonment for threatening and harassing a racial group. This is the only part of Australia which imposes a criminal penalty only. In conclusion, racial slurs continue with daily incidents of black people being called kafirs by white people. Some black people are even buried alive in a coffin by white people. White Afrikaners still maintain their tradition, while English white seems unaware of their involvement in maintaining apartheid. As for black people, we are tired of fake apologies by white people and the "my best friend is a black" excuse, as if that will make us feel better. The introduction of a new legislation criminalizing Racism Act as proposed by the government would allow for the enhancement of penalties for hate speech, murder, and violent attacks on black people. Thank you very much for listening.
My topic looks at extradition and one of the defenses often used overseas in extradition law, that being the lack of a fair trial in the requested state. That is when a state puts in a request, in the requesting state. That is when a state puts in a request to another state for extradition, and the accused or requested person turns around and says either I have not received or I will not receive a fair trial in the state making the request. This can be oft a valid defense, but it can also be an attempt and an excuse of delaying a trial or getting out of an extradition. And the law should look to striking a balance and realizing you cannot create a safe haven, but you do need to respect rights and look towards a fair trial for all, specifically with regard to countries with a Bill of Rights like South Africa. The difficulty also accentuates itself that all countries have different legal systems. So you cannot take the law from one legal system into another. So that begs the question as to who do we look to when trying to assess how do we judge whether or not a fair trial will or has been received. Do we look at the law of the state receiving the request, the law of the state that made the request, international law, or do we look at a hybrid system of all? Now, South Africa has entertained a number of extradition requests. However, our case law entertains that this can be a valid defense to extradition, and in the case of Director of Public Prosecutions versus Nigel Tucker, the Constitutional Court went so far as to hold that evidence on lack of a fair trial can in fact be held and discussed at the Magistrates' Court and must be taken into account by the decision maker. But we are left without any criteria. Our courts have looked cursory at what are the possible criteria we can look at, but there has been no proper assessment or definitive analysis in South Africa of the proper approach to be followed when assessing the defense of a lack of a fair trial. So that leads us to look at other jurisdictions for guidance. What criteria would we look at? The European Union has two courts, the European Court of Justice and the European Court of Human Rights. With dealing with criminal jurisdiction, the difference between the two courts in extradition cases is that the CJEU, or the European Court of Justice, looks at cases of the European arrest warrant. That is a European warrant that has been introduced to streamline extradition or surrender cases between members of the European Union and make the process faster and more efficient, taking into consideration that in Europe you have an idea of mutual trust. The states trust each other to implement proper laws and to respect human rights. And that is the function of the EAW. However, the European Court of Justice looks towards third-party states seeking to extradite from the European Union. When looking at the European Court of when looking at the European Court of Human Rights, the ground level, the case that changed things was the case of Suring. That was the first case that introduced the idea that human rights would be considered in extradition cases, and that you could use lack of a fair trial as a defense to extradition. But it introduced a rather stringent test, the test being the flagrant denial of justice test, which is a nebulous concept which has only been given a more concrete flavor in later tests. There has been a considerable amount of overlap between these tests. So, for example, when looking at extradition, you often have a situation where a country has a very bad human rights record and has been seen to use torture. And in the European Court of Human Rights, we often see this issue of torture arising. And content was in fact given to the test in the case of Othman. So it is a nullification of the right. It can't simply be something that is minimal with respect to procedural issues. The European Court of Human Rights saw it as a nullification of the rights and based it on the set out of the right to a fair trial in Article 6 of the Convention, the European Convention on Human Rights, which sets out the rights. But then there was overlap. There is overlap with Article 5, which deals with torture. You cannot admit evidence through torture. So you find many of the cases in the European Union are much stricter when it comes to the admission of evidence through torture, which is a right which is absolute. And they see the right to a fair trial as a right which is less absolute. This led to a bit of a dichotomy between the various decisions. And when it came to the European arrest warrant, you have the framework decision which actually creates the warrant, and there are very limited issues where you can actually deny surrender. There was another groundbreaking case which was referred by Ireland in the case of LM. And the case asks, what are the criteria in dealing with the right to a fair trial, and when do we refuse extradition? And the court advocated a two-step process. This was specifically dealing with Poland. The issue with Poland was a change in legislation that deals with the judiciary and allowing punishment to the judiciary and criticism of it by the executive. The idea being in the case of L&M was to base the idea on a previous case of Aranyasi. Aranyasi dealt with torture. The case is two-step. First of all, you must evaluate whether or not there is, in fact, a general deficiency in the legal system of the country, which can lead to a breach of rights and the breach of a right to a fair trial. The second criteria, once we've established that there is, in fact, this general overriding deficiency in the legal system, one must look to the specific facts of the case. You must look to the specific circumstances, the specific crime, and the specific analysis of whether or not the judiciary would take specific notice of that specific crime. That, too, has been seen to be a very stringent test. And there are a number of cases which have questioned whether or not this case has, in fact, any difference between the flagrant denial of justice test. And the referring jurisdiction of Ireland didn't see a difference. They felt there was considerable overlap in this particular criteria, leaving the test as a very, very difficult test to overcome. Now, there have been cases where they have said there is a flagrant denial of justice, but they are very, very limited, where you have been allowed to plead an unfair trial as a means of excusing extradition. For example, in cases of military courts, where the courts have been seen that there is no real court with proper jurisdictional rights here, and you've been forced to attend at a military court. Detention without access to independent or impartial review. In cases of trial in absentia, with no ability to have a second trial afterwards. And of course, the use of torture, which seems to be another methodology of avoiding a fair trial. The interesting factor that has in fact occurred is that the rest of the world seems to be taking cognizance of the flagrant denial of justice test. And one must ask, what is the test that must be employed in South Africa? We have a constitution. We have a Bill of Rights. Do we look towards our Bill of Rights in making that assessment? Now, the New Zealand courts looked at the flagrant denial of justice test. They also looked at the ability to withhold extradition in cases where the countries have a very bad human rights record, such as China. And one of the important cases that has been looked at by the New Zealand courts is that of Kim. In the Kim case, the first court of appeal considered the flagrant denial of justice test too high a threshold and proposed that it should be an annulment of the key aspect of the right, not necessarily a flagrant denial of justice. And what is interesting is that rather than looking at the European Convention of Human Rights, the court looked at the International Covenant of Civil and Political Rights as its foundation. And it said the standard is not the standard of looking at from the specific country. It is a best practice internationally. And that seems to be something that South Africa can follow. However, the Court of Appeal was not happy with that test and felt that the flagrant denial of justice test itself is not nebulous. It is a concrete test that can actually be used. Now, when we've looked it out towards our constitutional court, there is another aspect that should be considered. That is assurances. Now, if the country is unable to provide a fair trial, they can opt for diplomatic assurances that in this particular case, a fair trial regime will be followed. That opens up a whole door of other problems. How do we assess this? How do we monitor it? And how do we ensure there is an effective implementation of that approach? South Africa has had cause to look at diplomatic assurances. In the Tsebi case, we looked at a situation where surrender was sought by Botswana. It's a deportation case to Botswana of a murderer. Botswana employed the death penalty. And South Africa looked at its Bill of Rights and focused on other cases dealing with the death penalty. And Botswana was not prepared to offer proper diplomatic assurances. When we look towards South Africa, and we're dealing with the Bill of Rights, in the Tsebi case, Justice Zondo pointed out a very important issue. We have chosen a particular dispensation. We have chosen a constitutional dispensation. So we cannot be guided by issues alone that we're offering a safe haven. And he pointed out that foreigners were also entitled to certain rights in our Bill of Rights. And the right to a fair trial is very much a part of our Bill of Rights, clearly set out there. Not only that, but our Bill of Rights points out that we may also look to foreign law in developing the common law. So it would seem from a South African perspective that we should not look alone to countries that implement the flagrant denial of justice test alone. But there are other countries such as Germany, which also have a strong constitutional dispensation. And in German cases, although implementing the European tests, they have implemented through their constitution, and they are not prepared to extradite in circumstances where they see the extradition will transgress their constitution. So the recommendation is that South Africa can look to other tests in other countries to strike the balance and ensure that we are not creating a safe haven. But we must look through our constitution, and we must accept that we have created a constitutional dispensation, and that is the route that we should follow. Thank you.
To our great presenters, thank you so much. You've educated us. Like Amika Cabral had indicated, let's educate ourselves. We educate others. Just by way of the drill, I'm expecting that you have 3 papers or more like me, which will provide your comment and input. The advantage with me is that my handwriting is bad, so they won't be able to read them. Yours is good. The second one is we coming to a time of taking a route where you are going to read your own areas that you need clarification on, and even your comments. And so, firstly, everybody has got a comment on paper, as was agreed, but then we will then take a few, because we have a little bit of time. And we are going to do it as follows. We will start with our first presenter, who dealt with the workplace. The happenings in the workplace that sometimes make it difficult for people to see our employers as employers of choice. I said I'm a facilitator, so I would want to see hands or papers or both. And the approach will be as follows. You will tell us who you are and where you are from. We will also check online. I wish there's someone connected online, or I'll do it myself, so that we don't leave any comment behind, we don't leave anyone behind. Having said that, we would need a mic. If it's not available, we will allow you to walk so that you are able to stretch and you are able to hear you. You were saved by the mic. Thank you, sir. We have a colleague. Please, by show of hands, we're dealing with Mahlatsi first.
Good morning. My name is Matimaneng, and You're saying where do I come from, as in like my home originally? Is that what you want?
Well, you can tell us where you come from, because it will be a result of your comment that we will know deeper. But we wanted to know where economically you are situated, because it defines then what has changed from how you were born and to where you are at this point.
All right. I'm from, I don't know, I'm from my law firm, because I have my own law firm. I work for myself. And I'm a student at UNISA. I'm a product of UNISA. I've studied here until to date, yeah. So, Ceci, I've got a question for you. I don't know if it's a question or it's a comment, because I have experienced racism myself, so this is more personal for me, because I was in corporate at some stage in my career. So I just wanted to understand what are the steps, because we know racism, everyone speaks about it, it has been there for a very long time, but as young professionals, you know, and it's something that the university doesn't prepare us from, we always face that. It's the first thing that you face when you start work, because there's a lot expected from you, because everyone thinks that you've got a degree, you have to understand this. And that is something that I've experienced myself. So from your research, what are the things that you would do for this, to solve this problem? Because I've seen, even with HR, like where I was working, HR knows how we are treated and they do nothing about it. So I was just thinking that in private practice, more especially because I was working for a law firm on behalf of Standard Bank, why can't we employ trade unions to represent employees? Because we feel like that it's our safe place. HR, it's not, because they don't have the power. So in corporate, you are just given a position, but you don't take decisions. That's something that I've learned. So that's why there's these long-going problems that are never solved, like racism. So, and it's not only racism against maybe a person is white or black, no, it's also racism in our ethnic groups. It's black versus black, because you are young, you are educated, you are this, you know, so it's not really, because let's not focus on the other, it's not that, it's in us. So I just want to understand that, like in your research, because, you know, how are you going to deal with that?
My learned friend, allow me to be the captain of the ship.
Okay.
We're dealing with
I was given
the questions so that we are able to collect them and collate them, unless you want to deal with them one by one.
Yeah, it's fine like that.
You want them one by one?
Yeah, maybe I might address others that are coming with one answer.
No, that's fine.
Thank you for the question. So what are the steps or things that we can do to solve this problem? So the problem is within us. I'm saying within us because in your comment or question, you are trying to say something like tribalism. We are no longer faced with racism only. We hate each other amongst black people as well. So that's tribalism. So the only thing that I think, as maybe you'd read the article that I've already submitted for publication, is that we need to be educated about all of these things. There is no assumption that by a wake of a day, someone would know what racism is. As you have heard in my presentation, I said something like, other people are not even sure as to what they're experiencing is racism, hence they don't report it, but they continue to be affected by the actions that are happening within the workplace. It's on us, it's about us, and what we need to do. The steps are there. We need to have educational programs, we need to have discussions about racism. So drawing away from the profit, from making profit and getting paid, we need to do extra things at work, in the workplace, where employees don't just get tired of, why are we meeting? What's the reason for this? So we need all of those things. Such discussions can help us to know as to when Mahlatsi says this to a white person, it doesn't sit well with them. When a white person says this to Mahlatsi, it also doesn't sit well. So those are proper engagements where people teach each other on what to say and what not to say in the workplace.
So you tell us.
Good. Luxolo Mtutuzi Mafumana is my name. I'm a student here at UNISA. I think that's about enough. Introduction? We're covered with introduction. Oh, I'm doing a third year, LLB. All right. Okay. No, the only thing it's more, and I think it's very problematic when it comes to the whole racism. And I think the presenter also mentioned it. The issue of definition. You know, I think us lacking to define it, it's a thing. It will be a constant challenge in addressing it. Because how then do you address something that we cannot really show what it is? You know, because these definitions are always overlapping. They overlap in terms of it's a matter of people of different races having a serious disagreement, and then it's interpreted as racism because it's people of different races. So there's always those dynamics that are tending to be problematic, and I think the discussion there will prove key in addressing and moving forward with this racism thing. Oh, and the other thing is, it seems from the presentation that racism seems to be something that that is in the line of power dynamics, because it seems that it's normally the employer that makes racism against the employee. It's never really the other way around from what I got. So it seems that there's also power dynamics that are attached to it. So there's a level of classism attached to racism as well. So these are the overlapping elements that become problematic. And also, I wanted clarity on what the presenter meant by there must be preventative measures to prevent people from avoid leaving or resigning. I think there was a point around that, and I would like clarity on that.
I'm not sure if I understood the question, but in responding to that, if we need to work towards eradicating racism in the workplace, we need to work together. It cannot be about employers trying to prohibit or eliminate racism in the workplace. It should also be a responsibility of the employees to do that as well. So the collective part comes from that part. And I like the fact that you also heard about no definition. So in South Africa, every time we don't have a definition for something, we also rely on case law. So in case law, we do have different examples that they do give in the different cases as to do not say this, do not say this, do not say this. But one thing that maybe might lead us to fail is that we don't have one document that might say now, this addresses to issues about racism. These are the examples of racism. We just get examples where someone said something, for example, the K word. Someone would say it and the case law defines that in that particular case, but we don't have a document. If we would have a document that says these are the examples so far and refer to those cases, it might be helpful in defining or getting the examples as to what not to say that will amount to racism. Thank you.
Can we then allow the other colleague? And once that mic is going there, there's a question I had written, which need not be answered. The impact of PRETORIA in the discussion that we've had. Because having written PRETORIA and the reason why PRETORIA was in existence and how it has been implemented to deal with both horizontal and vertical relations over PRETORIA.
Or should I? Okay, thank you very much. My name is Tendandre Komsekwa. Yeah, so I've got a question on these issues of racism. And first and foremost, I just need to clarify a certain aspect. A black person can never be racist towards a black person. And that is the reality of the matter that we must learn to appreciate. And another point that I will make is that a black person can never be racist. That is the reality of the matter. A black person can never be racist because a black person knows no racism in his life. Racism, it's something that was introduced to black people by white people. That is the reality of the matter. And when you hear a white person saying a black person was racist towards them, you must know that those are white fears. A black person can never be racist. Racism is structural. It's something that exists in the system which was entrenched by apartheid to separate blacks from white. Right? That was for a development of a particular race. How does a black person become racist? Towards who? It's like you're saying a black person is colonizing a white person. How? Because white people have got everything and black people have got nothing. And that was racially motivated. How does a black person become racist? There's no way a black person can be racist. So, my question is, who is this person who is being racist towards who? A black person can never be racist towards a black person. There is no way. And a black person can never be racist towards a white person. A white person is the one who can be racist towards a black person. That is the reality of the matter. Because they were taught racism. They were fed racism. Breastfed racism. You will find AfriForum taking EFF to court saying this was a racist slur. What racist slur?
Okay. Can we do this? Can we do this? Thank you very much for the input. In the interest of time, I'm worried that we might not be able to dissect the deepness because I can see where the discussion is going. Remember we have a gala tomorrow? Yes. At gala, I think we can hear it is true. And I can see research topics coming. And in the interest of time, in the interest of time, allow me to not allow you to answer so that we can move to the second. You're fine. Please. Am I allowed? Am I allowed? We have another 9 minutes. For the first one. Yeah. legislation that exists, critically analyzing it and pulling from the platform you are standing on. Any inputs? Any inputs to the CIHOP? Any inputs to the CIHOP? If there's none, please.
I will talk.
Fine. But written ones will be there, for sure. Even if it says, this is wonderful, we need written ones. Go ahead.
Oh, yes, yes. I think because it's also about racism, they're going to be similar issues, you know, especially when there was also an example that was made regarding religion, whereby people will be discriminated based on their religion. And then that becomes also an issue because, yes, certain religions are associated with certain races, but all races, but you find, okay, for example, Islam. Islam is associated with Arabs and your Indians, mostly Asians, right? But you find Africans in Islam, you find Europeans in Islam. So that also becomes an issue. Is it racism or is it an issue of religious hatred? Or is it then one thing? That conflation also becomes, they also think there's an example that I once saw whereby it was a man of African descent and a man of European descent fighting. So when these two people are fighting physically, what then happens is that it depends who then is defeated. You know, if then the man of African descent is defeated, then it becomes a racial thing. That is also a problem that then we get. Besides the comment that was raised by the brother there, that is institutional. But when we relate to one another generally, the racial elements are there. People of the same economic standard, people of the same class, you know, then that becomes problematic. The relations there, just because of color and race, then it is racism. You understand? So then racism, that's why I'm saying that problem of definition of racism is problematic, because even this one of the example that was made of people using our political leaders as urinaries, they put pictures there and then urinate on them. Are they urinating because they hate them as black people? Are they urinating on them because they are disgruntled with political leadership? Are they racist in their nature? Then those issues become there, especially in a democratic country, and when people become very expressive. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think it's a beautiful comment, and it talks to, guess what? In what we do now, we are poking holes in the existing pieces of legislation. We are poking holes on the gaps in terms of definitions. And out of this, the two presentations, there's a real recommendation, which will take this university to another level of being the advisory to government in terms of the Department of Labor, in terms of the gaps that must be attended in the amendment. I again, with regards to your presentation, you said we're asking the same question. Why are we taking out
Muckleneuk.
and it is the latest one that has been to deal with some of the issues. Of course, not extensively, but it has been used in some areas. Extradition, lack of fair trial inputs. Please, I'm that right will be protected. We are Africans. Over to you.
Okay, this one is because as much as we have one of the most progressive institutions in the world, I like what the presenter said. We must not be safe havens for criminals. Because people will commit heinous crimes elsewhere and then they come and hide here because they know they'll be protected. So we must not create that situation. We don't want South Africa to be seen as that. South Africa is already seen as this country that cannot deal with criminality. So I think until someone becomes our person, we cannot allow ourselves to protect such people. I'm thinking that when it comes to extradition, I'm of the view that the countries of the persons or where the person has committed a crime must deal with the person. Because we must not be shy of the fact that the reason we punish people is because we feel that they knew what they were doing was against the laws of that particular country where they committed those crimes. And they should be punished by the very same laws that they broke in that country. It cannot happen that after they've committed the crime, that they might be protected by the law of another country. That is very wrong. But because since we have not come with a way of dealing with these matters at an international level, because I think institutions like UN should be guiding us on how we deal with that. And because a lot of examples that were given here is European examples, whereby those European, because I'm assuming here, I was going to ask questions, but since it's for comments, I'm assuming their laws in the European Union are the same, since they are trusting one another, but they cannot trust a country maybe from Africa, whereby the criminal has committed a crime here in Africa. And then it will also speak to superiority there, that they'll look at our laws and they'll be saying, because those laws are from Africa and they seem to be barbaric, we can therefore not extradite this person there because we don't trust that their laws are in line with our standards of how we see things. You know, so I mean, my view is that, and I stand there. Thank you.
I mentioned specifically and dealt with various cases in Europe because it is there are a considerable amount of them, but it was only one aspect. Africa has dealt with it in Namibia and Kenya. They don't use the flagrant denial of justice test. In South Africa, there were 3 specific cases that did look at the specific tests to use. And the reason why we are looking at tests is because when you have an international issue of extraditing, the country that you're extraditing to might not necessarily have a record where there's been a fair trial. You may have been convicted in absentia with no trial at all. You may not have the opportunity of having a retrial once you've now sent to that country. You may have a situation where the evidence was all obtained by torture and where people have been forced. Or you may have the situation, as it is in Poland, where the judiciary is now under the regime of the executive, and the executive is exerting specific influence on the judiciary. It could be used as a mechanism of getting even, of eliminating political rivals, etc. So if we looked at our Extradition Act, there are 2 kinds of extradition in our Act. There's one to other African countries, and there's one to European countries, or to foreign countries. The one to African countries is dealt with by the magistrate, and the one to foreign countries is dealt with by the minister. And in both those sections, it deals with looking at principles of fairness, which govern an extradition. And that's where whether or not the trial was fair comes in. So from South Africa's perspective, we're stuck with it. We do have to look at the fairness of the trial, and our Constitutional Court has already pointed us in that direction. And Judge Zondo has actually addressed this issue of safe havens. He had dealt with it in Sebi, which was against Botswana. Judge Zondo made a very eloquent speech in Sebi, which he dealt with the fact that we have accepted a constitutional dispensation. We can't deviate from it. So we've accepted a constitution, and we have our regime as constitutional, and we have a Bill of Rights. However, And the Minister of Justice raised this. He did not want South Africa becoming a safe haven. He said exactly what you've just said. And Justice Zondo said, we've come a long road to bringing our Constitution to being. And we're stuck with it. We have to implement the Constitution. We can't implement the Constitution for one thing and not for another. And foreigners who are in our country, whether or not we feel they're guilty of an offense or we're becoming a safe haven, we have to afford them certain rights. And one of those was the right to dignity and the right to life. And the issue is now, how does the right to a fair trial fit into all of that? And the Constitutional Court has looked at it, and what it has said to date is that evidence of an unfair trial can be led and must be dealt with the person making the decision on extradition. But it hasn't been taken any further. 2 of our other cases did look at it. The one case implemented the flagrant denial of justice test, and the other case just simply implemented South African law. It simply said, well, in South Africa you have the right to a trial, so a trial in absentia is not a fair trial. And that's why we need to look at other countries that have constitutions. And Germany is the one I selected because Germany has a strong constitution. So Germany would be one to look at who does not want to extradite where their constitutional principles are being harmed and jeopardized. However, the interesting thing about Europe is they do seem to take your perspective, that extradition seems to be the norm rather than allowing the defense. And that is one of the criticisms that has been leveled against the European Union. It is that there's actually only been 4 or 5 cases in the entire history where they've allowed this defense. So the idea is to strike a balance. It seems to be such a strong test that even implemented in what I spoke about with the European warrant, one last factor. In Britain, they want you to look at what are the consequences of the unfair trial. That is, are you going to end up with a long prison sentence or not? So it is a difficult field, and one has to strike a balance between the various issues in it.
Thank you so much. Any other inputs?
Thank you. My name is Maisha. Extradition is a complicated topic, especially when it comes to South Africa, because there are still cases currently in South Africa, like the fugitive prophet Bushiri, and then the Gupta case. So my question, which I ask myself, does extradition exist in South Africa, or it exists on certain people? Because even now, we don't know how Bushiri left the country. And there was something, a call from the Minister of Justice that Bushiri must be extradited, also including the Guptas. So what is the stumbling block there? Does extradition only exist on not the most powerful people, but when it comes to powerful people, they are not being touched? Thank you.
Let me explain on this one. Extradition is a difficult topic, mostly because it's not understood that extradition is a complicated process. There's a lot of facets to it. So when you start with the extradition, mostly you start with an arrest warrant. Leaves you a lot of legal options on that arrest warrant. You set aside the warrant. You're being arrested not because of the offense you committed, and it's you, South Africa. You're being arrested on a warrant that comes from overseas through Interpol. So naturally, you're going to want to challenge that. So that's where the process would start. But the process is divided up. And it's interesting that you raise that, because the Guptas is UAE and Bushiri is Africa. So if we look at it from our perspective of our law, we're looking at 2 different processes. Magistrates' court would deal with whether or not an African country you allow extradition to it. However, it can't deal with extradition beyond an African country. Those would have to be dealt with by the minister. It's his decision. So the magistrates' court will hear the first hearing, whether or not it's an extraditable offense, and whether or not there are any impediments to extradition, and deal with the treaty. and deal with authentication of documents. So it's not an easy cut and paste situation. You then go to the minister. But in each of those areas, you have appeals. You have the stumbling blocks. So if the magistrate makes a decision, it's an extraditable defense. I have the options. I have a review. I have an appeal. I can keep you going for years. What people don't often see in South Africa is that it's not just the cases of what you see as the influential. The case that I cited from the Constitutional Court, the case of Taka. He is a British citizen who was arrested as a pedophile and on rape charges. He's been in South Africa over 5 years in prison in Cape Town, fighting extradition. He's been using legal aid. He's used every mechanism in the book. Once he finally got told by the magistrate that it was an extraditable offense, he moved over to unfair trial. So the minister gets to make a decision, and then the minister's decision is subject to judicial review, and then that goes through the entire appeal process. Appeal to the SCA, appeal to the Concord. Extradition can take years once you get through all of that. That's why it seems so much to people that people have influence there. What they're doing is they're exerting the courts. Like any other normal matter, you would use the courts, but you have so many appeals and mechanisms available that extradition just seems to be such a difficult task. However, the situation of Mr. Chang, Manuel Chang, extradited, finally. So you do eventually can come to conclusion. It just takes a very long time to come through the courts.
Well, I think we need to hear from our timekeeper on how we are doing. And whilst we are doing that, I'm appealing to the colleagues online. If you have a question, just raise your hand. And again, apologies that at some point you didn't hear us. We apologize profusely, but I've made you understand by media that they acted swiftly to solve that challenge. Over to you, Chief.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know if I will seek your indulgence because I will want to ask a question directing it to the first, presenter on racism. In the employment world, racism at most, usually even in the corporate world, is quite rife, and the transformation officers, more so in the mining areas of employment, and some of these, transformation officers, we tend to entrust white people with transformation duties to transform that working environment. And in most instances, they end up being gatekeepers and try and, delay transformation. And we have had a situation even in our employment, environment where a white colleague was actually the transformation officer, and the person was actually derailing or rather delaying the transformation agenda. And when that person was removed and when we went to court, that person was actually represented by Solidarity, which therefore means that the person may also be an AfriForum member, because those are very close organizations. So now my question is, of course, it borders on incompatibility, which therefore deals with the breakdown of trust and confidence. And my question is, do you think that somehow these circumstances, the disharmony in the employment environment is also perpetuated by us entrusting these people with, a transformation agenda, who then turn up to delay the transformation agenda? And then I think if you will allow me to direct it to the last speaker, Ms. June Marks. He raised the issue of Bushiri, and then what came to my mind was the DECO affair, in the UK, whereby this other chap was, they wanted to kidnap him and then, put him in the diplomatic bag. And as we know, there are diplomatic immunities. Now my question is, or rather maybe to hear your view, how Bushiri left South Africa. Don't you think that the DECO affair played itself in trying to remove, or rather maybe to siphon him out of the country? Because at the time when he came, it is just a conspiracy, but I don't want to raise it there. That was at the time when the president of Malawi was in the country. But I just want to hear your view regarding juxtaposing the DECO affair, where the member of the Nigerian, I think, consulate was, they wanted to, kidnap him using diplomatic bag, knowing that that diplomatic bag will not be able to be opened due to the diplomatic immunity. Thank you.
Okay, can we operate like this because of time? As you are responding to the letter raised, can you then close with your remarks? And then we'll move to our international lawyer, and when she is responding, she also closes it up. And then we have our wonderful colleague who will then do the same. And that will mean then that we have closed this engagement, this first track, on the day of perfection, 2023 December.
Thank you for the question. My answer, especially if it could be linked and connected to transformation, remember transformation is not only made for Black people. Transformation is changing the appearance and nature of how things are done. So it doesn't exclude white people from being part of transformation. So I wanted to clear that part. So the problem in the workplace would be that if we continue, like I've mentioned, if we don't get help as to fixing the problems that we have experienced as Black people, we are going to give back the same energy to white people, because every time, everything that they do, we think that we need protection at all times. If a white person would do something, you are thinking at the back of your mind, I need to protect yourself. That's where it starts. But now if we do have people that gives everyone the benefit of the doubt, then we wouldn't also be crying of tribalism. Tribalism is hating amongst each other as Black people. So it doesn't only range color or race. It doesn't end there. So the change should be within. And if you want to say, I want to leave or resign from a white dominated workplace, it's your decision, because you think everything that they do within that space doesn't accommodate you. Then in terms of transformation, that would never work, where you find Black people are always running away from things. The duty is on all of us to do what? To make the change that we want to see. So if we continue saying, no, this is not for me, this is not meant for me, I'm telling you, you'll never go anywhere. An example that I would make is me leaving the University of KwaZulu-Natal to go and work at Potchefstroom. A lot of people were saying, how are you going to manage to work in that place because you have a lot of white people? I'm not there for people. I'm there to work and form relations. And the minute you find yourself in a space where you are accommodated, because they don't want to fear you as well. Because remember, the fear is not on Black employees only. Even white employees think that, should I do something, I might be termed as a racist person. So the duty is on all of us to change the perspective and how we think about other races. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
In raising the DECO affair, you actually raised a very interesting facet of extradition, of kidnapping, or reverse extradition, where there's an extradition request, you don't think you're going to get it, and you attempt some form of extradition using deportation, using kidnapping. There was a case in South Africa, Mohammed, which was actually dealt with by the SCA on that kind of thing. And we're also looking at the more recent one, bringing back from Tanzania, which she claimed the same thing, which is on appeal, which Mohammed case was referred to. And when you do take that kind of issue, it is obviously illegal, and obviously the country does not have jurisdiction, and obviously it's an unlawful form of extradition. And there are attempts at that in South Africa. There was another issue our Supreme Court of Appeal has already frowned on doing. There's not enough case law on that in South Africa, but there is a start. Bashiri, different stance. Bashiri escaping from South Africa under very mysterious circumstances, obviously to a safe haven. And obviously there's a number of theories as to how he got out. But if you're following the Bashiri case, you'll see he's also using every possible procedure under the sun to avoid extradition. The most recent one of wanting the witnesses to testify in that country, which is interesting, because you're not really there in Malawi to try him on the crimes. You're there to see if it's an extraditable offense, which was actually pointed out when the media got the wrong end of the stick at what was being dealt with. But obviously there's two vastly different analogies there. You cannot kidnap somebody and attempt what's called a reverse extradition. But the same idea also is of using deportation. And I think in the more recent case, the idea of deportation was used. So in other words, where there's an extradition request, you cannot try to deport the person on immigration laws, because that is also seen as a form of trying to get around the rights that a person has during extradition. I know extradition is a difficult field, and people look towards it and say, well, no, they should go and suffer the consequences. But then one must remember that you have got the Bill of Rights, and when do we draw the line? When do we say the Bill of Rights doesn't count?
Thank you so much. Your closing comments?
Okay. In closing, I still stand on the fact that we need to introduce a new legislation which will deal with racism once and for all. I stand on that, and yeah. It will give us a definition of the act and how we should deal with the act, Racism Act.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. I want you to give a round of applause for yourself. And I want in a special way that we give a round of applause to our media. The way we are monitoring the overflow is meticulous. Thank you very much. No one will claim that he was left out. Secondly, I'm hoping that I was able to exchange yourself, not to want to air and repeat one or anything facilitate. If in the process of doing that, I might have done something that has put you on the other side of joy, please accept my apology. But if I've been able to facilitate such that you are able to actually empty yourself, you must give me a praise, because I've done what I was asked to do. Lastly then, I would want the papers to be collected and given to him, because this is the covenant I have with UPROF, that they will have the papers and they will do what they see fit. I want then, in line with that, to say, as we are going to have our lunch, cameraman, I see you there. Thank you very much. You made sure that we are visible. Thank you very, very much. And I want to say, you are good, you're perfect, remain good, enjoy your meal. See you in the second track after lunch. Remember, as a person who is in the kitchen, you have an advantage of first option. could not be able to connect online at the time, but what she has done now is to send us a recorded message, a recorded presentation, which will be played. But she is available online to listen to the comments that we are to give. And given that she has other commitments, I beg that we play the recording, we then deal with the comments so that she can then go and deal with other commitments that are part of her. After we've finished with her, whilst we're still discovering the other colleagues, we will deal with the with track 3, whose people are here, so that we save on time. And I hope that decision is acceptable to us all, because it is an operational effectiveness decision. Over to you.
Good day, colleagues. I am Professor Tameshni Dean from the Department of Criminal and Procedural Law in the College of Law, the University of South Africa. This is my presentation on the case for arts in reconciliation and peace building in Africa. I'm going to start by giving you an overview of the conflict situation in the continent of Africa. Now, the first thing that needs to be noted is that Africa is currently a conflict-prone continent, and that the countries within Africa face much greater challenges to peace and stability than ever before. If one looks at the situation in sub-Saharan Africa alone, you'll see that 28 countries in sub-Saharan Africa have a long history of conflict, and currently they remain a volatile mix of poverty, corruption, political institutions, instability, and insecurity. Many of these conflicts have not abated, and where there has been a ceasefire, there remains the constant threat of the resurgence. Indeed, the recent re-emergence of violent armed conflicts, intercommunal violence, violence related to disputed elections, terrorism and violent extremism in various parts of Africa, including but not limited to the Horn of Africa, the Gulf of Guinea, the Sahel region and portions of the Mano River Basin, suggests the ever-present threat of the conflict and war. To give you some examples of the conflicts that I'm speaking about, the spread of the threat from the Sahel region to West Africa's coastal countries is best evidenced by the current resurgence of attacks in northern Côte d'Ivoire near the border with Burkina Faso. There's also a fear that violent extremism could affect other parts of the country and neighboring states such as Ghana, Benin, and Togo. Now, Libya, South Sudan, northern Mozambique, Ethiopia, and Cameroon's northwest and southwest regions are also not immune to conflict, and they remain susceptible to ongoing violence and conflict, whilst the Central African Republic has been embroiled in conflict for several years. Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger, for example, particularly have seen continuing attacks. A major reason why these conflicts are so hard to resolve and the constant resurgence of such wars is that they are often driven by issues of identity and culture as much as they are driven by competition over resources or social and economic grievances. Now, if the African continent hopes to achieve its goal for a peaceful and secure Africa under Aspiration 4 of Agenda 2063, there remains an urgent need to utilize traditional methods for peace and reconciliation in conflict and post-conflict environments. Therefore, the aims and objectives of this paper today is to provide evidence on how art and cultural activities have contributed to rebuilding trust and empathy and promoting tolerance and diversity in communities devastated by conflict. This discussion locates itself within the broader discourse of alternative methods of peace building. By looking at some useful case studies, this article is going to illustrate how through therapy, reconciliation, and civil society strengthening, arts and cultural activities can be employed for peace at grassroots levels. Now, the first case study that I'm going to discuss is that of Uganda. The situation in Uganda is that for more than 2 decades in greater northern Uganda, there was protracted violence between the government of Uganda and various rebel movements. most notoriously the Lord's Resistance Army. During the years 1994 and 2002, northern Uganda was characterized by periods of instability where the LRA rebels' brutal insurgency displaced nearly 2 million people in the country. During these and in their aftermath, a variety of contemporary and indigenous forms of creative expression were created by local artists and shared widely among war-affected communities. Communities used performing arts such as music, dance and drama to appeal to the rebels to return home and accept amnesty, to be part of the peace talks and to seek reconciliation. Now, the performing arts, rather than plastic arts, such as painting or sculpting, is preferred because of the prevalence and cultural relevance of indigenous practices of oral storytelling through music and dance. Some examples would include the people of northern Uganda, especially the Akoli, have a strong oral history, and song and drama are two forms of storytelling which allow for community-based accounts to be recorded and passed down to future generations. Now, these initiatives were credited with contributing to the end of decades of violence and conflict. If one looks to Nigeria, studies there have also discussed the powerful potential of music to dissipate inter-ethnic conflict and transmit positive messages of good citizenship and civic responsibility. In Uganda, going back to Uganda, local artist networks like Music for Peace captured popular sentiments and were listened to by all parties to the conflict, including those abducted by the LRA and forced to work as soldiers, porters, or sex slaves, as well as those persons that were displaced, rebels in the bushes, and government forces. These initiatives allowed the arts to become depositories for popular memory of past conflicts. It acted to preserve community accounts of events and provided interpretations of meaning. The arts also served to generate intergenerational generational dialogue on social problems. It further offers recommendations for change. For example, the conflict saw the breaking down of many social and cultural traditions within the region. The killings of elders during the conflict and the disruptions experienced during displacements meant that many indigenous practices like wango, which is an evening fireplace, became restricted or eroded. Now, please excuse my my pronunciation of the terminology, colleagues. I apologize in advance for that. Despite the erosion, the arts have offered different sectors of society a platform to speak and be heard by their peers and other generations. In Uganda, the arts have assisted in creating a vibrant dialogue on the consequences of the conflicts on various subsets, including the elderly, women and youth, and it has provided important intersections for exchange and debate on how to move forward as a more united society. These experiences have further highlighted how creative processes can actually potentially overcome verbal barriers, thereby communicating and reaching hidden emotions that everyday language is unable to. The next case study that I actually want to focus on is that in Rwanda. Rwanda has a long history of identity and ethnicity-based conflicts, which culminated with a genocide of mass proportions in 1994. If one wants to look at the proportions of these mass atrocities, an estimated 800,000 people, mainly from the Tutsi minority, were killed in systematic massacres over a 3-month period. What was particularly significant is how the genocide, initiated by the Hutu nationalists in the capital of Kigali, spread throughout the country with such speed and brutality. Ordinary citizens were incited by the Hutu power government and local officials to go to war against their neighbors. Popular music in radio broadcasts were specifically designed to escalate and promote ethnic war. The broadcasts were designed to increase militia violence, not only directly by influencing behavior in villages with the radio reception, but also indirectly by increasing participation in neighboring villages. In fact, the spillovers are estimated to have caused more militia violence than the actual conflict itself. Following this genocide, there have been significant investments in reconciliatory activities. In particular, initiatives in areas of civic education and memorialization, and in activities that draw upon a shared cultural heritage and national identity has arisen. These cultural programs, that is founded on shared cultural heritage, have been central to the government's efforts to create a unified Rwanda. The government of Rwanda and its people have reportedly successfully used music and dance to establish peace, reconciliation, harmony, unity, a collective identity, and social solidarity among the different ethnic groups in the country despite their religious and political affiliations. It stated because it has worked in a country like Rwanda, it can actually work elsewhere. To continue the situation in Rwanda, research has also acknowledged the government's cultural activities, cultural education activities, that has helped the next generation abandon old ethnocentric views and to embrace a proud national identity and a commitment to carrying forward the government's agenda of unity, reconciliation, and development. Referencing the 17th century institution of Iterero, which is centered on national and community service programs for those aged between 18 to 35 and led by the government. This draws on Rwanda's cultural history and provides a civic school for Rwandans. This has contributed to changing the minds of Rwandans by teaching them about the government's vision of unity and national reconciliation. It has further fostered a sense of Rwandanness rather than divisive ethnic affiliations, whilst also promoting integrity, hard work, and self-reliance. Another way of ensuring unity and reconciliation is commemorations. Commemorations has played a central role in Rwanda's efforts to recover. Each year in April, the country begins Kwibuka, which is a 3-month period of events commemorating the genocide. A key focus is the Flame of Remembrance, which tours the country in much the same way as the Olympic Flame is toured. Communities then mark its arrival with their own ceremonies, including community performances of theatre, music, and poetry. These commemorations form part of the Rwandan government's strategy, which is inclusive of civic education, socio-economic development, and reconciliation through justice, to prevent a return to violence and heal a divided nation. These efforts provide examples of evidence for the role that arts and cultural programs can play as part of a spectrum of interventions linking culture, security, development, peace building, and reconciliation. It further highlights the contribution that such programs can make to post-conflict communities through therapy, reconciliation, and strengthening of civil society. The third case study that I want to discuss is that of Burundi. Now, in Burundi, during the height of its civil war in 1997, a non-governmental organization called Search for Common Ground initiated a radio program comprising a number of sketches called, in English, Our Neighbors Are Our Family, under the auspices of the studio Ijambo, which was the country's first humanitarian radio station. The sketches or radio dramas consisted of recorded dialogues in serial form and was aimed at encouraging reconciliation between warring parties. The story revolves around two neighboring families, one a Hutu and the other a Tutsi, who come to build a very strong tie. However, the audience are unaware of who is whom. This is an intended omission to allow the audience to transcend ethnic divisions and surpass prejudices. This dramatic family saga, soap opera kind of format, with its archetypal characters of star-crossed lovers, was modeled on Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet, who were also divided and united by conflicts. It was then disseminated to Congo in 2006. Here, too, it continues to be popular among the Swahili name, your neighbor is your brother. The interconnected nature of the conflicts in the entire region since the 1990s have persistently threatened human rights. These initiatives in Burundi has consequently been understood to relate to any conflict resolution drama in the Great Lakes region. Moving on to another case study, Kenya. Now, Kenya's relative stability over the years is in stark contrast with most of its neighbors, including Somalia, Sudan, Ethiopia, Uganda, and Rwanda, who have at all various stages experienced violent conflict far worse than Kenya had ever experienced. Now, this changed with Kenya's post-election violence of January 2008, resulting in massive casualties. The 2008 post-election violence played out largely on ethnic lines, fueled by grievances over land, privilege, and inequality. In response to the violence, the Amani People's Theatre, which was founded in 1994, brought together young volunteer artists in drama and theatre to fashion a story of peace with communities. Now, directly related to peace-building initiatives, the Amani People's Theatre work deals with the recurring issues and challenges related to the violence that follows every election cycle. It uses a variety of communication methodologies with a heavy bias on participatory theatre. This offers an interactive and creative forum through which people use these platforms to communicate on issues affecting them in a reconciliatory manner. The techniques used by the APT are heavily rooted in African traditional models of communication and are also informed by the theories and works of two various artists, namely Paulo and Augusto. These initiatives are designed to not only assist the people who own the solutions to their problems, but also to restore dignity and to bring hope. These were some of the positive examples that was used to bring about peace and reconciliation in conflict-ridden zones. However, it must be noted that whilst the arts can provide a creative pathway to reconciliation, breaking silences, transforming relationships, communicating across cultural divides, and providing a means of dealing with trauma and restoring human dignity, it has time been used to undermine security and stability and pursue a violent nationalist and other agendas. For example, arts was used by the Nazi Germany during the World War, where creative posters were distributed widely and that depicted the Allied forces as the source of evil, which then encouraged many patriotic Germans to join the fight. Arts was used here as an instrument of political propaganda and inflamed the political sentiment of the masses. The propaganda was used to manipulate human emotions by displaying facts selectively. Looking at the African continent, Amanzi illustrates how art was deliberately used to incite hatred in Rwanda, for example. During the Rwandan genocide, music was a tool. It was used as a tool to promote hatred of the Tutsi minority or any Hutus who were friendly with the Tutsis. Extremist songs were on frequent rotation on the radio and served to incite more violence, intolerance, and hatred of the Tutsis. Simon Bikindi, one of the most famous folk singers of his generation, sang songs that explicitly encouraged the Hutus to kill the Tutsis and bring back serfdom and ethnic slavery. He even encouraged the slaughter of moderate Hutus who wanted to stop the fighting. Bikindi was later charged with conspiracy to commit genocide. It becomes important to take note that the power of arts and culture to discriminate, note of the power of arts and culture to discriminate, divide, and incite. Therefore, the usefulness of creative arts, music in particular, in resolving conflict must be contrasted with the power of music to be used to spread hate and build and consolidate solidarity between members of violent groups. My concluding remarks on these is that art as a tool for reconciliation and peace building holds much promise, as you can see from our various case studies. It does provide possibilities beyond those available in traditional peace-building techniques. The various case studies also highlight that it can be a vital tool to bring peace, help connect with the people, show and feel empathy, provide hope, and achieve reconciliation. Whilst the academic interest and evidence for the case of arts and culture in peace building and reconciliation is growing, there is a need to be more resolute in including it in policy and policy development. Arts and cultural programs on its own cannot resolve conflict or prevent violence, but it can serve as a soft power strategy for conflict transformations. Looking at Africa's long history of conflict and instability, it therefore begs the question of why then, in the aftermath of armed conflict, investing in the arts is not a top priority for governments, and specifically governments in Africa. Thank you, colleagues.
Challenges, she has actually shown us that a PowerPoint can do everything for you. That's UNISA for you. I've checked with her if she is available to make a comment. Okay. I've checked with her if she's able just to make a comment before we ask some interesting areas of more education.
Thank you so much, Nandipa. I really appreciate it. Can you hear me, Nandipa?
Oh yes, Prof. We can hear you.
Well done on chairing the meeting and the way you are chairing it. I really appreciate it. I also really appreciate the fact that you tried to contact me. There has been such a major issue with the connection. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Yes, no, I think I've said most that I could say in terms of the arts and reconciliation in terms of Africa, and in terms of the concluding remarks that are made as well. It just begs the question that countries that were faced with such severe genocide, such severe issues of human rights violations and rapes, etc., that the governments are not investing more in terms of these reconciliation efforts. However, I've also shown you how, for example, that even if we move towards an agenda of truth, peace, and reconciliation, we must also take into account the hidden and political agendas that one can use to further their own needs and greeds. And you know, in Africa specifically, much of the wars are related to ethnicity. It's not only that, it's about power, it's about land, and how we're going to harness the power of arts and culture towards peace and unity in Africa. Thank you so much, Nandipa.
Prof, thank you so much. We could not miss that beautiful voice. Whilst we are waiting for, knowing that you have a small window, we will take some questions.
Thank you so much.
But whilst I'm waiting for that, I'm reminding the colleagues how good they have been in waiting for connectivity, but also how good they are going to be in writing the comments down so that then they are fed into the knowledge bin of the institution, because we might not be able to ask all the questions. Whilst I am waiting for hands, allow me to abuse my position and ask as follows, Prof, and forgive my orientation. I'm from an orientation that has been part of peace reconstruction, peace building. You are raising the issue of arts as a critical vehicle to move us, to unify us insofar as social cohesion is concerned, if I use the outcomes debate of South Africa. Now, how do you see that process of peace reconstruction, contributing to then ensuring that these initiatives that you are putting in place become part of the rubric as we move as joint operations into these countries to deal with issues of peace reconstruction?
No, thank you so much for that, Nandipa, and very good comments made. The issue is that we need to invest. For example, when I gave you the example of the situation in Rwanda, certain arts and culture are very expensive. What they are doing is they're involving communities in theater productions. So they would develop a program, a theater play, for example, the ones I've given you. And then what they would do is they would invite the soldiers, they would invite soldiers' families, and they would ask them for issues on how they can go ahead and bring about reconciliation. In fact, one of the positiveness was how soldiers used rape as a weapon of war, and how going forward that they are now going to look at it differently and use it as a weapon of peace. However, talking about how we're going to go forward, if you do not have the investment by government, and you will see that taking it back to how in Kenya it was governments that that implemented these policies. You need not only non-governmental organizations, you need the government to invest. And how do you do that, Nandipa and colleagues who are listening to me? You do that through policy implementation and policy recommendations, because we all know as academics, as students out there in the academia and into the world, that it is research that influences policy and policy that influences research. In fact, one of my previous articles is actually looking at civil wars in Sri Lanka, which is also an ethnic conflict brought on by greed as well in terms of land redistribution, economic issues as well. So what we are trying to say, and the research that I did in that paper actually did influence some policy recommendations. So I moved now to the African continent, where I'm saying, in Africa, this is what we need to do. Take our research, see the positiveness, see how we can contribute to the benefits of the sustainable development goals in Africa, and then implement that in policy, and policy will then become implemented. Thank you, Nandipa and colleagues. I hope I've answered your question there.
Thank you very much, Prof. That was very profound. So speaking probably the government speak, a policy brief is ready from you to be processed yes. to the ICTS cluster and the JCPS cluster for us to be able to redefine how we deal with deployments in Africa for yes. reconstruction and peace building. Colleagues.
Oh, wonderful comment. I'm going to certainly keep that in mind, Nandipa.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We must, as higher education, own the academic independence of making government understand the gaps, and not only that, and advise on to how to fill in the gaps. You have done it in your paper, and well done.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Nandipa. Thank you, colleagues.
Colleagues, any other question? You want to say something?
I'm sorry, colleagues, but I can't share anything. Am I done?
You have your wonderful student here who wants to just comment. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. I'll listen.
Good day, Prof. I wanted clarity. I might have missed it in the presentation. When using arts in conflicted countries, how do you propose that to take place in whereby, okay, the example that I'm going to use is from your presentation, where Simon Bikindi from Rwanda, who was from the same ethnic group with the president of the time, and he was using arts to fester the genocide that was going on against the Tutsis. So my question is, since we have seen for a very long time that this ethnic conflict is used to advance political gains, how then do we use such arts in instances whereby, similarly to Rwanda, remember they need governmental support. So whereby the government itself is using ethnicity against its own people, how then do we do that? How do you access that space? How do you propose that to access that space? Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't get your name.
Duduzi is my name.
Duduzi, thank you. Thank you for the question and thank you for the comments. It's very, very interesting. I think it's a situation that we all find ourselves currently in. If I am going to give you an example before I relate back to the situation in Africa, the initiative that I'm involved in is the issue I said in Sri Lanka. Now, I am from the same ethnicity at the Tamil ethnicity in the Sri Lankans who suffered from genocides, etc. However, the president there was from the majority ethnicity, the Sinhalese, that brought about these kinds of ethnic violence, genocides, etc. So what happens in that situation is, as a person that is in power, and it's going to be the same situation that we find ourselves in Africa, is if the person in power, and unfortunately, this is going to bring us back to a situation here in South Africa, where, for example, and not to step on any toes, it's just using, and this is not showing a political affiliation, it is not showing a light for one party as opposed to other. We are in an academic space, it's an open space. It's the EFF that was involved in inciting hatred between the Indians in Phoenix and in Chatsworth, where if you go there and if you see the townships and the Indians and the blacks living, they live in unity with each other. They live with so much of love and respect for each other. However, you get some leaders that show that it does not actually suit their political agenda. What do you do then? It's the same thing if you go in Africa. If, for example, land is one of the biggest things that you want to fight for. If you go to Africa, what you are fighting for, you're not fighting for peace and reconciliation. You're looking at what they are fighting for. It's actually to adopt an agenda that suits their policies. So how do you go into such spaces? Colleagues, we start here. We've started already. We are here, we are saying it's not acceptable to have personal agendas. What we are saying is we are looking for peace and reconciliation. Why are we doing it? We are doing it so South Africa can be one of the global powers that we are looking for. We don't want to be a global South where we are always learning from others. Let's take forums like this forward and implement that in policies. So if we have a situation where you work outside of that, like Bikindi did, then the international arena actually charged him for genocide crimes. He was punished. So people must be accountable. It's about being accountable for our actions, especially when we are in positions of power. So to answer it, you start those spaces by having open dialogues, discussions like this, and we take it forward in terms of policy implementations, recommendations for more research. Dudutsi, I hope I've answered your query. I won't be able to hear. I'm not hearing anything. Nandipa, if you can help me, Ma.
Ross, we have been able to hear you well. Thank you very, very much. And thank you for your time and your availability. Allow us now to deal with the presenters that are within the venue. And we hope you'll be available to give us some comments online, and you can just dot them on the chat.
Thank you so
very
much.
Thank you very much. Okay, then for now. Colleagues, we then move swiftly. We welcome our own young adults And as we have indicated, we would want to get their comments. We have some papers here that must be taken, and you are going to write the comment per presenter, because we want them written and no one must be left behind. And I can see that we lost our timekeeper. He said he is going to our own building. He's coming back. Pardon? No, you can be a timekeeper. Oh, wonderful. In terms of timekeeping, I think they were our drill remains as follows. For the presentations, it's 20 minutes. 10 minutes midway is almost up, AU. When it's 5 minutes to the finishing of the 20 minutes, it's time up so that there is a roll. But I want to congratulate the previous speakers and request the ones that are about to start to copy that an example of 8 minutes. For this tranche, allow me just to reflect in terms of housekeeping. In track 2, Noma Zulu has requested to present tomorrow. We had Prof. Charles is being relocated from link 1 to link 2. You know, relocations take time. So whilst we are waiting for the outcomes of the Relocation Act, we are going now to request the track 3 participants, which are as follows. Tendani Musekwa, who is going to be presenting to us, evaluating the development and implementation of the legal role of war through the lenses of Ubuntu. Who is Tendani? Tendani is a former student activist who completed his LLB at UNISA in 2023. She was selected to represent UNISA at the African Human Rights Moot Court competition at continental level. He held stints in leading the Black Lawyers Association students, UNISA Law Students Association, Black Forums South Africa branch, as well as marketing officer, and is currently a member of the African Peer Growth Network. We are blessed in this track to have another representative. He is a founder of ULSA, and also he is currently a UNISEN and a guest editor of South African Yearbook of International Law. Let's give the UNISEN a round clap of applause. I had intended to actually introduce all of them, but my international trade lawyer has just stepped out, so we'll allow him to continue. The rubric is the same. Midway, there's a card. 5 minutes towards the end, there's a card. With us, we have papers where we write the comments, even those that are online. We need even a comment that says, "What a beautiful presentation." And as I was about to step out, there comes my financial markets boffin. allow me to represent her, to present her, so that then when Tendani is finished, he seamlessly gets into the stream. Now, we are talking about Matimeng Mzimba, and she is presenting the topic, a critical analysis reviewing comparison between business rescue and liquidation processes. I'm just trying to get hold of the page where she is. Just give me a sec. Page 13. Yes, I found her. Our financial marketer, or our financial markets boffin, she is presenting the paper on the critical analysis. Allow me to say, probably when she is presenting, she will tell us about who she is. Just in the interest of time, over to you.
Thank you very much. My name is Tendane Rikomsekwa. I am going to be speaking about the law of wars. Yeah, so I am one person who believes in one ideology that says I write what I like, I therefore extend it to say I say what I like, and therefore go on further to extend it to say, teacher, don't teach me nonsense. So that is me. So I'm giving a presentation because the conflicts in the world have for centuries been inevitable, despite what could have motivated the conflicts between the countries that are in conflict with one another. So I deliberately, in this presentation, use the term conflict in this paper to refer to two distinguishable conflicts. The first conflict that I refer to is an international armed conflict. The second one, which I refer to, it's an international armed conflict. So the first one that I've referred to, it occurs between two or more states. And the other form of conflict that I refer to, it's a non-international conflict which takes place between a state and a non-governmental armed group, or between the groups themselves. So we've got one that is between the states and the other which is between a particular group against a particular group. Or we could also have one that is between a particular group against the state itself. So that becomes an armed conflict. It can take place in terms of mass atrocities. It can take place in terms of genocides. It can take place in terms of crimes against the committing of crimes against humanity. So those are the different types of conflicts that usually takes place. But there is a crisis when this takes place. People tend to jump into conclusions without having critically seek for the reasons behind these conflicts. So in African countries, most of these conflicts are non-international armed conflicts, which comes into being because of a rebellion outside the military establishment of a country, and which aims to overthrow a government for reasons such as political conflicts, Hence, I am one person who do not believe in politics of color. I do not believe that people must fight because one is from the ANC, one is from the EFF, one is from the right wing and all those things. I believe that there must be a unity of common purpose. So hence we have, that is one of the reasons, a political conflict. One, it is external factors that contribute to conflict within the country. External factors, we are referring to neoliberal agendas which seek to change the regime as they have influenced in Zimbabwe. They influenced our very own Kader, Robert Mugabe, to be removed from power just because he was protecting the interests of his own country. So those are external factors that do take place when these armed conflicts take place. They motivate the armed conflicts. So there is also armed conflicts that come through colonial legacies. They come through colonial legacies where people seek to fight against what is this thing? Colonization, trying to change the status quo. And that also deals with conflicts. Some are motivated by neo-colonial interest and globalized conflicts. Others they come through extremist ideologies. Hence, I once said earlier that even nonsensical ideas now find resonance in society. So too many ideas which are not founded or properly coordinated, they can cause serious armed conflicts in a country. So there are also factors such as exploiting religious or ethnic differences. They've got the potential to spark armed conflict within the country. Differing, just because I said I'm from ZCC, the other one is from Shembe, we believe that Shembe is God, we believe that Allah is God, we believe that whoever is God, and then we start fighting because of that. We start fighting also through tribal differences of saying, I am Zulu, I am Venda, then we start fighting. And there was one comment that was once made by the president of the country, Comrade Cyril Ramaphosa, when people were fighting against the arrest of the Honorable Comrade Msholozi. He defined that particular uprising, which was a genuine cause of the people. He defined it as ethnic mobilization that had the serious potential, a serious potential to spark an armed conflict in the country. So those are some of the things that contribute to armed conflicts of the country. And if tomorrow in South Africa, one would wake up and then South Africa is up in arms and people are killing each other, we won't be shocked because of the level of inequalities that are in South Africa. In actual fact, some of us would support that the government of the day must be overthrown because of the serious inequalities that are there. I know I sound too political, but what I'm not saying is politics, it's international law. So although armed conflicts are prohibited, there are mechanisms that prohibit armed conflicts. But from what I'm speaking from a historical point of view as to which mechanism used to prohibit armed conflicts, right? So although armed conflicts are prohibited, they happen. And it is today recognized that international law has to recognize and address this reality of protecting the international life. So as to move on, don't mean to be radical, colleagues. I am like this when I do presentations. So this mechanism that came into being to protect the lives of combatants back then, the soldiers on the ground, wounded soldiers on the ground. There is this narrative which is a colonial in nature, which says that
the terminology of humanitarian intervention was coined down by Hugo Grotas in the 16th century. This Hugo Grotas, the way in which he is so praised, he is even said to be the father of law. Which law is he the father of? The father of which international law? There were kingdoms in Africa. Prof. Dube does write about this and give a very clear perspective about this. He spoke about this yesterday. There were kingdoms in Africa, in various countries. They interacted amongst themselves. They had rules to regulate their affairs. Just because they did not write it down and someone did what they do best to steal African ideas, they are now called the fathers of international law. They are not the fathers of international law. In actual fact, is the father of nothing. He can never be the father of international law. So, humanitarian intervention in a nutshell, I had not defined it. Now I'm going to bring you back to perspective. Humanitarian law, in a nutshell, it's a branch of public international law that had its fundamental objective centered around protecting individual combatants, which are soldiers on the ground, who were no longer participating in a war. So this branch of public law consists of a set of rules that can be said to govern the wars that affect human rights. In clear terms, this means that international law applied, international humanitarian law applied to armed conflicts. So now we are going to what has caused very serious problems when it comes to humanitarian intervention. It is a term that existed. When this term existed, it did not exist in isolation. It existed to regulate the affairs on an international level. It's either between rebellious groups that are fighting inside the country and then civilians are losing their lives. Or it's either a state is fighting against the other state. There's a saying that says, when two elephants fight, the ground suffers. So who must protect the ground? It is a question that deserves a very decisive answer. So humanitarian intervention sparks fierce debates against the two pillars of international law, which one is human rights and the other is state sovereignty. These are the two competing principles. I asked this question yesterday on the other side, and I asked it intentionally because I wanted to hear views, and I got views, and I will maintain my view. So these two competing principles, the debate amongst international lawyers, right, and the so-called legal aspects, I don't think they can, but story for another day. Legal experts and philosophers revolves around two competing principles: whether states should refrain from using force and whether individuals have inherent human rights. Those whom advocate for state sovereignty, there are those who advocate for state sovereignty and there are those who advocate for human rights, right? So these international lawyers, legal experts, and philosophers, they argue. There are those who argue and advocate for state sovereignty, and those who argue for state sovereignty have failed to be critical on the question of what must happen if states behave as criminals towards their own people, treating this state sovereignty as a license to kill. It's what happened in Swaziland. In Swaziland, King Mswati is a fundamental believer of the sovereignty of Swaziland. He even used that to protect himself from being held accountable and violating the human rights of citizens, which these citizens, in actual fact, they are the ones that make up the state. but the sovereignty of the state must now become to be used as the weapon against themselves, against them. So what is more important between the sovereignty of the state and the human rights? If we were to kill everyone in South Africa, would the state remain? How would the state function without citizens? Therefore, the sovereignty of the state should never be used as a protecting mechanism to protect the state from being held accountable. They should be, back then, since I'm speaking about humanitarian intervention, which has developed over time, to the responsibility to protect civilians. Whose responsibility is it to protect civilians against these mass atrocities? First, it is the responsibility of the country to protect its civilians. Secondly, it is the responsibility of the international community in the best interest of civilians. So, humanitarian intervention, it's a principle that in Africa, in the African context, it has failed because of its inconsistent application. You look at South Africa, for an example. I'm going to make an example with the country that all of us were in. In South Africa, there was apartheid. Apartheid was declared a crime against humanity. Who intervened in South Africa? Why? They did not intervene because the colonizer was in charge of everything and remains to be in charge of everything. Hence, the United Nations Security Council did not deploy troops to come and mitigate the situation. But should it be that there is a country where the colonizer or the imperialist has got a very, very fundamental interest, financially related or political interest? You are going to see NATO entering at your doorstep now. And when they enter, they just start to wallop everything instead of entering to mitigate the situation and holding those who are committing those particular crimes accountable. So it lacks Ubuntu. When I said I'm evaluating through the lenses of Ubuntu, my good prof was explaining it yesterday. It does not only apply horizontal, it also applies vertical. Ubuntu applies like this. The state must be human to its civilians. Humans must be humans towards one another. So, if the state is not protecting its people, or the United Nations, or an international community, it is not protecting the lives of civilians, then there is no Ubuntu. They don't understand. But yet you will see them coming, running, writing about Ubuntu as if they understand Ubuntu more than us. They want to teach us about who we are. So there's a very serious crisis that must be addressed. And this paper will fundamentally address that crisis. Right? So it does not end there. Then we go to an academic debate. There is a serious confusion to categorize this principle of humanitarian intervention. Is this a legal principle? Is this a moral principle? Is this an ethical principle? Or is it a legal norm? Does it give anyone a moral obligation to protect civilians? It's a question that needs to be answered. So I got interested in this topic because it is claimed from different schools of discipline. The political school of discipline claims it. The legal school claims it. You do not understand. Those of international relations, they also claim it. And it is defined differently from different schools of discipline. So hence there is a confusion. I think also the United Nations Security or the United Nations, for it not to give authority to the United Nations Security Council, it comes along this confusion to say, is what we are doing legal? Is it ethical? Is it moral? Then it confuses them until people die in numbers while they are failing to take a position and enter and mitigate the situation. So I have been told that I'm left with 2 minutes. So it's fine. Let me just say that this paper, it has a lot of thought-provoking questions that need to be answered decisively. And that which will take place because there's proper guidance. This paper will definitely provide superior logic. Thank you.
We are moving into the dissection of the Malabo Convention. And this is going to be through the pen of the one and only Pakaro Kaira. I hope I'm pronouncing your name and surname correctly. If not, I apologize. Who is Pakaro? He's a deputy permanent representative of Malawi to the United Nations in Geneva, Switzerland, since 2021. He joined the Ministry of Justice in Malawi in 2001 as a state advocate representing government in cases in courts of Malawi. As a chief state advocate, he helped in the establishment of human rights section in the ministry. As focal for Malawi's human rights state party reporting obligations. From 2013 to 2021, Parako was the head of human rights section. He served as a special law commissioner on the development of sentencing guidelines, the special law commission on the review of the Firearms Act. He was a secretary and legal counsel to the Commission of Inquiry on the death of President Mutharika in 2012. Allow me to just finally indicate that he has been instrumental in the understanding of case flow management and conditions of incarceration, and has authored a book entitled The Right to Fair Trial in Malawi, Malawi's Quest to Meet International Obligations. Colleague Kaira, the floor is yours. Zikomo.
Zigo Mwambiri, thank you for that wonderful introduction. I hope you can hear me.
Yes,
I hope you can hear me.
we can hear you. We can hear you well, well. We can hear you well, my learned friend.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I would want at the outset, of course, to celebrate this conference and appreciate the people who have organized this conference. And it's happening against the background of several milestones. Of course, the 150th anniversary of UNISA. And also we remember 10 years since Madiba passed away, and that his legacy continues to ring loud. And then also in a few days' time, we'll be celebrating 75 years of the Universal Declaration on Human Rights. I think what comes out very clear out of the sessions which have followed in this conference is the message of where the amplification of the African agenda, that we need to pursue it with a lot of zeal. And the presentation which I'm going to make on Malabo Protocol essentially also adds on this understanding that, for example, decolonizing international law includes the promotion and implementation of African legal instruments and standards, such as the Malabo Protocol, which I'll be talking about. So I have 20 minutes, which is not a lot of time. So let me quickly get into it. Sharing the screen, how do I go there? Okay, can you see my screen?
We can, but up there is share. You might have to click there, and then you go to your presentation, my learned friend. I can see it is activated.
It's activated, so I can proceed, right?
Yes, so if you go there to that icon on share, which will take you to your desktop, and then it pulls the presentation.
Yeah, I think I clicked on the share, and now I'm going to
your presentation.
Yes, is that okay?
It's still coming. We've not yet seen it.
All right. The icon called share, I clicked on this one.
My learned friend.
Yes.
Is your share activated?
Well, it was activated. I clicked on the share.
Yes.
But I can't see how to go to
your presentation.
Yes, and how to be moving from one slide to the next.
Are you able to load your presentation on the chat? In the chat, there is something like a pin.
Okay, let me go there. Shit. Okay, there's something like a what?
It's something like a pin. Probably, are you able to email it to this side?
Yeah, I already sent it actually yesterday. I can email it again. Sorry for this.
Okay. Can you see my cursor on the pin, next to my face, down there? There's a pin there. So you click there, and then you upload the document there, so that I can open from the side.
Okay, next to your face, where?
Are you saying you emailed the document?
Yes, I emailed it to the coordinator who we are liaising with. I already sent yesterday.
Okay. But is it possible that you can upload it now so that I can just open it from my side?
Okay, I'll try. This thing is not working.
You know what I'm thinking, my learned friend? Whilst me and you, we are dealing with the technical side, can we allow the other presenter who is physically present? Then me and you will deal with this.
Yes,
Thank you very much for your understanding.
Apologies.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Matimaning Mzemba, and you said I should introduce myself, right? Ne? All right. My name is Matimaning Mzemba. I'm an admitted attorney of the High Court with 3 years post-admission experience. I'm a UNISA alumni. I've done my diploma in law, I've done my LLB here, and now I'm currently pursuing my master's in corporate law, which is its coursework. So I'm finishing next year. And I just opened my law firm. It's 1 month old, and I'm a director of my own law firm. Yeah, I don't know what.
You go girl.
It was supposed to be written because on the book of abstract, I should motivate someone one day. It has to be there. I sent it. All right, thank you so much. So I am gonna speak about, my topic is very different. You've been hearing a lot about international law. I'm going to speak about company law. So my topic is a critical analysis reviewing the comparison between business rescue and liquidation proceedings. I'm very interested in company law, and I just cannot wait to graduate and become the master of company laws. It's a very interesting topic, and it's something that through the presentation, I've never heard someone presenting about company law. So the reason I got interested in the topic, it's business rescue. It's a new concept in the Companies Act of 71 of 2008. So initially, the old Companies Act of 1973 did not encompass the term business rescue. So that's one thing that drew an interest, and I just decided to write about it. And a lot of people, before I told them that I want to write about it, even my supervisors, they told me that it is over-researched. And I told them that, but there are still gray areas, since it's still a new a phenomenon, it's a new concept in the Companies Act 71 of 2008. So first of all, I would like to define what is a business rescue practitioner and what is a liquidator. So at business rescue proceedings are proceedings which are initially taken when a company is going through financial distress. So when a company is broke, they appoint a business rescue practitioner for business rescue proceedings to commence. And then we also have liquidation. So in the olden days, in the 1973 Act, it used to be called judicial management. So now they are calling it liquidation, which the courts are still failing to interpret the definition of liquidation. But in the new Companies Act, we've got two different concepts of liquidation, which is that we've got the voluntary liquidation, where the directors agree that they're going to liquidate the company through a special resolution with 75% of votes. And then we also have the involuntary one, where the company is financially distressed and they have to go through liquidation to pay their own debts. So those are the two concepts of what I'm writing about. And the problem statement. Yesterday I've learned a lot about problem statement. So what will make my presentation easy, I'm going to focus on my problem statement, because this is the reason or where my paper is going to focus on. So one of my problem statements, it's about when the Act said a business rescue practitioner must be appointed for 4 months. So I feel like 4 months, it's a short period because companies are different. We've got big companies and then we've got small companies. Let's say we had the South African Airways, SAA, once went for a business rescue and they even exceeded the period because of how big the company is. So I feel like the Act, it's not brief enough and it's not clear enough in terms of the period that it grants for a company or for a company to appoint a business rescue practitioner. So that was my first problem statement. And my second problem statement is, when exactly does business rescue suspend the liquidation proceedings? Because these are two terms that are very interlinked. They are too close to each other. So I want to try and look at when does business rescue proceedings terminate liquidation proceedings, because even CNA stores, I don't know if you watch the new CNA stores, they were on business rescue before they were liquidated, but now they are liquidated. So my problem statement is that, is it fair for us to initiate business rescue even though we see that the company is already financial distress and it must go to liquidation directly? We understand that the purpose of business rescue is to rescue the business so that it doesn't get liquidated. So business rescue is for broke companies. When the company is broke, they initiate it. So it's my main problem statement. And I've been researching about business rescue cities, and it has been introduced in the New Companies Act. Because the Companies Act was introduced in 2011, and that's where business rescue was introduced. And statistically, companies that were successful with business rescue, it's only 12% of all the companies that have undergone business rescue. So my main question is that, is business rescue really rescuing businesses? Is it assisting businesses to move from its financial distress, or it's a way also for legal practitioners, attorneys like us, to make money during that time? Because when a business rescue practitioner it's appointed, we have fees that we are paid. So that is my gray area, and that's what my paper is going to be about, whether business rescue practitioner does indeed rescue businesses or it's a way of attorneys to make money. And we have people who are affected by business rescue, this business rescue practitioners. As you know, in a company, we have shareholders, we have creditors, we've got employees, and then we also have registered trade union. Employees are the most important stakeholders in a company because they run the day-to-day business of the company. So they are the ones that are adversely affected when business rescue is introduced or when the company is going for liquidation. So that's what my paper is going to be about. It's going to be to look at these two terms, and whether businesses, is it fair for the business, or whether companies must just go straight to liquidation, since they would have made all the audits to see that the company is financially distressed. So that is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think let's do the honorable thing. Masim betheleni ihlombe elikhulu.
Daddy.
Okay, right. Any inputs, comments for Utendani? Tendani is dealing with the same issue of yesterday, but from the lenses of Ubuntu. Yes, yes, yes. Can we have someone who is just a volunteer to take the mic? Just to take the mic because he is busy this side. Oh, my word. Okay, thank you, thank you, thank you. That's what we call cooperation.
Thank
collaboration.
You. Is it on?
Yes, and as you are asking the question for the benefit of everyone online, you tell us who you are, where you come from in terms of economic participation.
Okay.
And then you can dive.
Hello, everyone. My name is Digitsin Jajaba. I am a member of APGRAN and also a law student at UNISA. So my question to Mr. Riku is, can the incorporation of Ubuntu in the legal rules of war address historical injustices and power imbalances, or does it risk creating a cultural relativeness in the interpretation and application of international humanitarian law?
Or he can note it. Let's get the process right.
Okay.
Say, do you want to answer them question by question, or you want to take all the questions relating to you? Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
You have the second question to the same person. Okay, let him answer now.
Okay. Once he is starting, remember, you would have written your questions, right? So that if we can't get to you asking the question, your question will not be left behind. It will be taken for collation. But I would want to get a question from that side also. Okay, over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, that question. No, it's fine. I strongly believe that Ubuntu, incorporating Ubuntu on the application of humanitarian intervention would be able to assist in terms of its implementation, number one, because it will have to consider what is human and what it is not human. Number two, it would be able to assist in terms of interpretation as to how the law should be interpreted, because most people believe that the law is not the guardian of morals, but sometimes moral obligations must be able to guide us to take the right decisions. We can't allow people to die while we are saying, no, we do not have the authority to intervene because this is not legally justified. If it is not legally justified, then it must be morally justified. Because as far as I know, is that Africans are people of morals. And our law must be able to speak to our morality, because morality is part of our being. So I'm a strong believer of the fact that this must be incorporated. It must assist to guide and to interpret the relevant legal instruments. And in so doing, it will also need us to rewrite Ubuntu and also practice it the way in which it was historically practiced by us African people, and do away with colonialism. Because here in Africa, colonialism is embraced as a colonization of a special type. I don't know what's special about it.
I have a second.
A jaw-dropping question from the professors in waiting.
Good day, everybody. My name is Karabo Mpela. I'm a canine learner at Butubatuba Secondary School. So my question, Mr. Tendani, is what are the rules of war in international war?
Wow, powerful. Powerful.
That is a very a difficult question, by the way. So, the war it's regulated in terms of various international instruments. In terms of there are treaties that regulate war, and then humanitarian intervention. It is one of the I wouldn't say it is a legal instrument, but a principle or a doctrine or an ideology that was that was coined or developed to regulate how a war must be kept. Because before back in the days, states had the right to engage in a war. So humanitarian intervention had to come in to regulate the way in which people must conduct themselves in a war. So there are various legal instruments. There is articles that deal with that. So that is the best response I can give for now. You asked me a very... How does a learner ask such difficult questions?
Difficult questions. Greetings, everyone. My name is Katlaho Mukwena, and my question is, what are colonial legacies?
Okay, thank you very much. I love being engaged by young ones because I believe that as long as I am giving them the perspective, they will be able to question whatever they are fed. I said I write what I like, I speak what I like, teacher don't teach me nonsense. So I'm not going to give you the wrong perspective. So colonial legacies are some of the things that when those who came from their foreign countries or foreign, what can I say? Let's say people coming from Europe, they come to Africa to colonize Africa. So they live their type of education that today you learn about. That is their legacy, they left it there. Why do they leave it? So that you continuously think the way they want you to think. That is their legacy. Number two, in terms of businesses, you will see here in South Africa, 80-something% of the land, it is owned by the white minority group. That is the legacy, right? You look at social structures. There are those who stay in the township. In the township, there are those who stay in shacks. There are those who work. There are those who don't work. All that was structured when there was a particular system in place. And it still exists. Therefore, that is a legacy of colonial legacy.
Thank you.
Good day, everybody. My name is Kain Silamutaning, and I'm from Boteva Secondary School. So, the question is, we all know what inequality means, right? And then, so that is made up by the rights and law created. So why should you complain about? So why should you complain about the law of wars? Because our country was long destroyed, but if you want to change the inequality, what do you think should be done in order to avoid the war and discrimination?
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Another important question. Why should we complain about war? Did I get that right? Why should we complain about war? Oh, okay. Okay. The reason why we should complain about the law of wars is simply because war is it is inevitable in nature. Looking at the high level of inequalities that we face in South Africa, anything can happen, even tomorrow. We can wake up and then South Africa can be in a war. So, people, us, as you have said that there are inequalities, us here, we can be able to decide tomorrow that in actual fact, we are now going to unseat the government. And that it would be us waging a revolution, and there is no revolution that is peaceful. It will be a revolution that will have to be motivated by arms, and the government can decide that they want to kill us while we are trying to unseat those we have elected. So, hence we must make sure that the implementation of the law of wars must be effective, so that should the time come that we decide that we are not happy and we become angry enough to unseat those who occupy the echelons of power, we must be able to be protected, because we will be fighting for what is rightfully ours. You said there is inequalities. You are right. There is inequalities.
Good day, everyone. My name is Anna Khola, and I'm also from Botebotebo Secondary School doing grade 11. Well, my question is, I've got two questions for you. Well, the first one is, what are the Ubuntu principles and implications on a communities and human society? And then the second one is, how would you incorporate the principle of Ubuntu in your implementation of the whole school approach?
Okay. The one of how do I implement Ubuntu in the law of wars, I had answered it, but I'm going to answer it again. So this is my vision for the implementation of Ubuntu in the law of wars, right? I'm saying that there is a debate, right? The debate says, is Ubuntu a moral obligation? Is Ubuntu an ethical obligation? Is Ubuntu, not Ubuntu, humanitarian intervention, is it legal, is it moral, is it ethical, or is it legal, right? So I'm saying, if we take the principles of Ubuntu, of saying, I am because you are, right? Not only me and you, but even the state itself must come to terms with the fact that it is the state because of the people, right? So when we're implementing that principle, this conflict of when the United Nations Security Council is supposed to intervene, maybe in African countries, it will be told that this is not legal, this is not ethical, this is not moral. It will then say, we are an international community because civilians exist. So that is the principle of Ubuntu. So it will be a situation where they protect us because they exist because of us. And then it will also assist or guide the international community in interpreting the legal mechanism they must implement to ensure that the principle of Ubuntu or humanitarian intervention, it is applied effectively. And they will consider lives instead of state sovereignty as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just to make sure that you are guaranteed that your questions which you have written will land with Prof. you're going to collect them yourself, and you will make sure that you give them to the colleague, because we want those questions. Let's go to Miss Liquidation. Let's go to Miss Liquidation. She must sit down now. Someone must carry the money. I don't mind carrying it. Okay. You see the challenge with that? She will select the one you want the question. No, let's give her the respect. Right. Thank you. Thank you, my timekeeper. Who's first, who's second? Let's get this side now. That side has been before there's no balance in the aircraft.
Good. All right. Good day. My name is Luxolo Mduduzi Mafumana. I'm a student here at UNISA, and I'm based in Joburg. Okay. I had a question for the gentleman there as well, but I don't know if okay, I can ask it. All right. He made an example, a case study about Eswatini, which I found interesting because that is our last monarchy that is left in Africa, and we believe that is based on the laws that put the king in power, indigenous laws. And those indigenous laws, in their nature, are not like democratic laws. Kings are born; they are not voted into power. And because African people are, this can be argued, but they are spiritual in nature. In that they believe that the ancestors themselves are the ones who give us the king. So my question is, if then, since what was done in Swaziland by the king against its own people, there were human rights violations there, because those people there, including their supporters, wanted the regime change in Swaziland because they felt it's not democratic enough. But monarchy in its nature is not democratic. If then the people, international bodies intervene in such a situation, will it not be similar to international bodies acting like big brothers, as Robert Mugabe once said, acting like prefects of the world? So that's the whole. That's what I wanted to get clarity on, and then I'm sure you've noted the question, comrade. Okay, and then let me ask the question to the lady. Business rescue. You mentioned only 12% of the companies succeeded in business rescue. So, Mina, my question was, in the companies that succeeded, what was done right that majority of the companies are failing at, 88% of the companies? And don't you then, since there was, even if it's just at a minuscule level, but don't you think there was a level of succession, and because there was a 12% succession, then there is a need for such a business rescue? Why do you not bring an alternative? Why do you propose that it's done away with completely? That's the question.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I lost you somewhere, but you spoke about the monarchy. And I lost you somewhere, being honest. But it's fine, I'm going to give you clarity. So, I wouldn't advocate for dismantling the monarchy, because it is the last monarchy, as you have said, and I fundamentally agree with you. What I have a problem against is the monarchy being used as a cloth to commit crimes. Because just because one is a king and we are Africans, it does not mean that his life is more important than the next person. We are all human beings. We live once we die, we're gone. We'll never come back. So let us not be a danger to ourselves. Right? I'm not a person who strongly believes in democracy, of too many participation. It is a problem. It causes distractions. We lose direction. Who came with democracy? It was introduced by settlers for us as black people to continue to be divided, because they know that we give them democracy, they form political parties. After forming political parties, they will agree on nothing. This one will pull left, this one will pull right, this one will pull west, this one will pull east. So it's a colonial system that was introduced. I think under monarchies we were governing ourselves very well. But the problem is that we were fooled. And gold was taken from our mouth while we were watching. And we agreed to that. Listen to me today. I'm preaching decolonization, but I'm using the language of the colonizer. So there is a very serious problem. It's deep. It's deeper than that. So there's a structure that is there, which is implementing some legal instruments that need to fight against the violation of human rights. But it is not doing that effectively because it is being selective. Even in the monarchy there, they were supposed to end. Because one of our own is killing one of our own. And we can't agree to that. Each and every life is important. If I was president, I would say there must be monarchy in South Africa.
All right, thank you for the question. So what I said was that, because I want to clear that me doing away the business rescue proceedings, what I said is that it was introduced to rescue business that are financially distressed, but are those businesses rescued? Because statistically, it's only 12%. And I believe in that 12% because I only know one company that was successful on business rescue. It was because of the size of the company. It was not as big. So size also matters when you look at the proceedings. And also, because business rescue is very vast, during that process, there's a labor, there's a lot of things that happen during that process. So the one that I know that has come out of the business rescue successfully was a small company, and it was not yet too broke. It was still medium broke, and it didn't have a lot of debtors. Yeah, creditors, sorry.
Hello, thank you. I think you have an interesting subject matter. From my perspective, I just want to know, to what extent do cultural and societal factors influence the success and the failure of a business rescue of companies in Africa and the liquidation proceedings? And another thing, how can these factors be navigated? Can be navigated for a more effective outcome? I mean, looking at all the companies in Africa, we're always told that Africans can't really run good companies and they always need to be rescued and whatnot. So from your perspective, do the cultural and the societal factors play an influence in that regard? Okay, to what extent, in terms of a cultural and societal factor, in terms of businesses in Africa, influence the success and the failure of a rescue and liquidation proceedings? Yes.
Colleagues, can we deal with it at the gala? Finally, we have the gala now. Please,
to our presenter, we are all yours. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we are all yours. You can.
Okay. Thank you. And the screen is sharing properly. It's sharing properly. Is that okay?
Yes, we can see your presentation on screen now. You can shoot.
Thank you. Thank you so much, and apologies for all this running around with the technology and IT stuff. Thank you so much, and I also want to appreciate the previous speakers for their very powerful and exciting and very encouraging presentations. As I said briefly in my introduction, I'll talk about the African Universal Jurisdiction in Malabo Protocol, and this presentation, which of course will develop into a fully fledged paper, is arguing that Africa should be keen to develop an Afrocentric international criminal law system tailored to address the peace and security as well as human rights challenges on the continent. And we are saying that such a system would also put to rest the usual complaints that the existing global international criminal justice system is rigged against Africa. So in terms of international law, in terms of international financial architecture, in terms of really all the key aspects of international events, there's a very recurrent theme, and that is that the global system is essentially rigged against Africa, that we do not benefit much, and that we are victims of either selective justice in terms of the International Criminal Court, for example, and other initiatives. So I'm arguing that, okay, through the Malabo Protocol, we can develop our own system which will meet the challenges that we are facing as a continent. And the Malabo Protocol was adopted in 2014, and the context around its adoption shows that there was discontent with the International Criminal Court, exactly for what I have said, that it is rigged against Africa and that it is biased against Africa. But I'm continuing to say that despite the adoption of the Malabo Protocol in 2014, it has not been followed by action to match a genuine desire to see the creation of a functioning accountability mechanism on international crime. So the Malabo Protocol, as we'll see, and I'll talk about in a few moments, creates a chamber in the African court which will be responsible for the prosecution of international crimes, essentially meaning that, ideally meaning that international crimes committed in Africa should not be going to the ICC, which, as I've said, we have complaints against as Africa, should not be going to the ICC. Instead, we should have a mechanism in Africa which should be able to deal with that. And unfortunately, since this protocol was adopted in 2014, that's 9 years down the line, no country has ratified this protocol, which means it cannot come into force. And I'm saying that, to me, this is a squandered opportunity, because the establishment of this court will really help in the development of an Afrocentric international criminal law system for Africa. Of course, I've talked a bit about other accountability mechanisms in Africa, e.g. the extraordinary African chambers that prosecuted the former president of Chad, Hussein Habre, essentially to show that this shows that Africa has the capacity and the willingness at times to deal with accountability issues on serious crimes here on Africa, rather than waiting for it to be taken to The Hague or to be handled in Geneva or elsewhere. So the expanded criminal jurisdiction of the African Court, as envisaged in the Malabo Protocol, it offers a historic opportunity for Africa to put to practical test the much talked about idea of African solution to African problems, handled in Africa, an African court developing its own jurisprudence and dealing with African issues. So the issue of African universal jurisdiction, I zero in a bit on two aspects: that constitutional change of government, which is provided for in Article 28E of the protocol, the Malabo Protocol, and corporate criminal responsibility, which is in Article 46C of the protocol, insofar as these have a potential for the commission of core crimes and causation of further destabilization. Now, before I go into that, I just want to talk a bit about the Constitutive Act of the African Union and the Africa Agenda 2063. So the Constitutive Act of the African Union, it presents what I call a radical approach to dealing with peace and security issues in Africa, significantly departing from what its predecessor, the Organization of African Unity, how it used to deal with issues. And I quote here the preambular paragraph of the Constitutive Act. It says, Africa is determined to take up the multifaceted challenges that confront our continent and peoples in the light of social, economic, and political changes taking place in the world. So what we see here is the clear willingness of Africa to say, okay, we as Africa should be firmly in control of dealing with the multifaceted challenges that are being faced on the continent. And key on those challenges is the peace and security issue, as well as the human rights, good governance, and rule of law issue. And I talk a bit about the principles of the Union as provided in the Constitutive Act. And I zero in Article 4, talking about sub-article H, O, and P, which talks about the right of the African Union to intervene in a member state pursuant to the decision of the Assembly in respect of grave circumstances, namely war crimes, genocide, respect of the sanctity of human life, condemnation and rejection of impunity, and political assassination and other things. So you see that I think one of the previous speakers talked about the failure of the Security Council, for example, to intervene in issues in Africa, in grave human rights violations in Africa. The Security Council doesn't intervene, it just looks. And we also noticed, for example, on the Rwanda genocide, how the UN system failed to address the issue quickly. So here the African Union is saying, okay, we don't need to wait for the Security Council. We know how it works. Let us give the Union, the African Union, the powers to intervene where there are grave issues of human rights and issues of war crimes. So I'm quoting an author called Kuwali here, who has said that the right of intervention of the AU and the universal jurisdiction, which I'm talking about in the Malabo Protocol, have the potential to give deterrence, credibility, and validity, meaning peace and security issues in Africa can be deterred and dealt with properly if you combine the right of intervention of the African Union as well as the universal jurisdiction which is provided for in the Malabo Protocol. And then Agenda 2063, it has 7 aspirations. Essentially, it is the vision of the African Union for Africa to become an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa, driven by its own citizens and representing a dynamic force in international arena. Driven by its own people, we the people of Africa. How do we become a dynamic force in international arena if we decide and develop our own jurisprudence, even in international criminal law? And I've talked a bit about aspirations 3, 4, and 7, which talk of an Africa of good governance, democracy, respect for the rule of law, and human rights, and justice and equality. Peaceful and secure Africa, and Africa as a strong, united, resilient, and influential global player and partner. That is only possible if Africa would wake up and develop international systems. And here I'm talking about the international criminal law system. So the Constitutive Act of the African Union and Agenda 2063, they provide a very strong legal and political basis for Africa's change in course in dealing with peace and security issues, and our quest to be more proactive in providing African solutions to African problems. And to achieve this, it's promoting the use of the promotion and protection of human rights, ending impunity. Issues of impunity are a recurring theme in African peace and security issues as well as human rights issues. So the Constitutive Act and Agenda 2063 say, okay, Africa on our own, we should be able to end this impunity by dealing with the issues. So Malabo Protocol, therefore I'm continuing, is a continuation in advancing the African way of dealing with challenges on the continent as envisaged in the Constitutive Act of the African Union as well as Agenda 2063. So this is the context in which it was the Malabo Protocol was adopted in June 2014. But I'm saying that as of today, about 15 countries have signed, but there's 0 ratification. And the protocol needs 15 ratifications for it to come into force. It means there is no hope of it becoming into force anytime soon, unless African countries decide to wake up and very quickly ratify the protocol, which is extremely unfortunate because this is our own instrument. And I'm usually disheartened if where African countries come up with instruments and then we are not very keen on the implementation, and contrast that with instruments which come, for example, from the United Nations. African countries usually rush to engage those instruments and systems, and then we ignore our own instruments developed on the African continent. This is unfortunate, and for me, it has to radically change, because Africa should be keen to develop its own systems to deal with the challenges that we face here. All right, I'll try to move fast. I know time is moving very fast, so that I should zero into the main issues. So I'm essentially arguing that regardless of the motive of the Malabo Protocol, because the issue which comes up with Malabo Protocol is that it was developed by Africa to show its anger with the ICC, that the ICC, the International Criminal Court, was biased against Africa. And this was especially after the issuance of a warrant of arrest against the sitting president of Sudan. This is Omar al-Bashir. So it's been said, and I think it's true to say, following that warrant, African countries and African heads of state were a bit concerned to say, okay, if this ICC thing can go after a sitting head of state, then none of us is safe. Therefore, let's come up with our own mechanism. And they did that. So this has been one of the undertones around the development of the Malabo Protocol. But I'm saying that regardless of whether that was the motive, in my view, it was a move in the right direction insofar as the principle of complementarity is concerned, meaning that the ICC should complement state and regional efforts in the investigation and prosecution of international crimes. Meaning states in Africa should have the primary responsibility. After that, regional tribunals like the envisaged court through the Malabo Protocol, they should be the primary forums. And the ICC should only come in at the end if there's failure to do that. So I'm saying that the Malabo Protocol, despite the issues around its development, is, in my view, a move in the right direction. So I said I was zeroing into two things, the constitutional change of government, as well as the corporate criminal responsibility. Now, and constitutional change of government, UCC as it is called, is provided for in Article 28E in the Constitutive Act of the African Union, as well as the
And of course, in advancing the case for transdisciplinary research methodologies in law, I will be using illustrations from international economic law. I'll start by defining what we mean by transdisciplinary research. Transdisciplinary research is defined as research efforts conducted from different disciplines working to create new conceptual, theoretical, methodological, and translational innovation that integrate and move beyond discipline-specific approach to address common problems. So essentially, when one takes a transdisciplinary approach to the study of a particular discipline, it means they are moving beyond their familiar discipline. As you know that we are largely from the law discipline, which is informed by the black letter approach, and even our approach to black letter is indicated in the way we conduct research. But transdisciplinary methods of research seeks to go beyond a particular discipline. And in terms of the historical development of the concept of transdisciplinary, or the concept of transdisciplinarity rather, the concept is essentially traced to a conference which was conducted in France called an interdisciplinary seminar. There, a Swiss psychologist by the name of Jean Piaget, who is often cited as the father of transdisciplinarity, coined for the first time the word transdisciplinarity in one of the essays that he presented at that seminar. Other scholars who were present in that seminar later on elaborated and fleshed this term into a well-crafted nascent theory which deals with the organization of knowledge and the packaging of knowledge. So essentially, colleagues, transdisciplinary methods of research, they deal with the organization of knowledge and the packaging of knowledge, what I am terming in this article the spacing of knowledge. Well, I'll not boggle your mind so much in terms of tracing the historical evolution. It was later then refined, the concept of transdisciplinarity was later refined by the French mathematician who authoritatively, by André, who authoritatively distinguished transdisciplinarity from cross-disciplinarity, interdisciplinarity, pluridisciplinarity, multidisciplinarity. So the central arguments that are advanced in this book chapter, or in the presentation rather, is that the science of legal research methodologies has evolved over the years, with disciplinary-based knowledge system being one of the main drivers or attributes of this area of legal education. In other words, I'm arguing that we are, as legal practitioners, as academics, we are more acquainted with the traditional methods of research, which are essentially disciplinary based. So the nature of law itself has been understood largely as a unique formalistic science steeped in border-based thinking, analysis of legal rules, and articulation of the law. And of course, the boundaries of legal research methodology have been cast in concrete as disciplinary. Mainly academic commentators, they argue that the law is its own science. Therefore, our approach to legal research has been cast in form of disciplinary-based approach. And to some extent, with some attributes of interdisciplinarity and to a lesser extent, multidisciplinarity in orientation, where the legal researcher would be at pains in studying different disciplines at the same time. It might be law and sociology or law and psychology to enhance perhaps his or her jurisprudential approach. So underpinning this spacing of knowledge is the view that legal research is largely doctrinal based, qualitative driven, and traditionally isolating. And of course, although we have a segment of academics and scholars who subscribe, for instance, to quantitative research, but these methodologies are not really common in our space. So I'm arguing in this chapter that this half-caste methodological approach to legal research has tied to the emergence of new legal episteme, which complements and supplements the current shortfalls in the conceptualization of the practice of legal research. So essentially what this chapter does, it seeks to bridge the gap by arguing that transdisciplinary research methodologies, if properly utilized, can enhance legal education. Through the development of another form of legal research, which of course complements the doctrinal disciplinary-based approach, which is common in law. So the chapter argues that transdisciplinary-based research methodology offer competitive research output, which empowers knowledge seekers to holistically produce quality critical research output or research pedagogies and outcomes that advances the imperative of making alive South Africa's goal of achieving holistic transformative constitutionalism through the instrumentality of the law. As I mentioned earlier, I'll be using in this chapter illustrative examples extracted mainly from international economic law. So that's the central idea, that's the central argument that I am advancing in this paper. And of course, when we look at the constraints of knowledge bordering, in other words, the pitfalls of having a disciplinary-based approach to legal research, there are some benefits that are associated with disciplinary-based research methodologies, such as aspects of specialization as well, because the deeper you go, the more knowledge you might end up having as a researcher, or the more knowledgeable a researcher might actually have. So there are benefits or merits of specialization. However, there are constraints associated with a disciplinary-based approach to legal research. And some of these constraints of knowledge bordering, and I'm calling that knowledge bordering and centralization, quoting from Gary Brough, who pitifully observed in 1999 that society has problems, but universities have disciplines. Meaning, if you go into society, the challenges that we have in society are quite complex, such that a legal researcher and a knowledge seeker might not be able to tender plausible solutions without essentially going beyond the discipline of law itself. I'll give you some illustrations in the interest of time. For example, a knowledge seeker who perhaps is exploring the impact of artificial intelligence on or in international trade or on a wider facet on the law in general. For those who have done international trade, they would understand that the discovery and the development and the evolution of artificial intelligence has the capacity to erode the competitive advantage that developing countries have in agriculture or trade in manufacturing of goods, etc. So the use of humanoids and generative artificial intelligence technologies, be it in agriculture, the mechanization of the agricultural sector, via using robots and drones. Obviously, countries who are well developed, they have a competitive advantage over countries that are developing countries. And of course, African countries fall in the bracket or category of developing countries. So when a researcher, for instance, is researching on the impact of artificial intelligence, when we look at essentially the areas that this topic falls into, it requires more than just a disciplinary-based approach to research. One has to go beyond and look at, for example, theories that inform technology. So to successfully deploy rules of fairness in international economic law, for instance, or be it, as the previous speakers spoke about, in the law of warfare, a researcher should have knowledge related to trade regulation, investment, and monetary issues. So that might fall in the realm of economics as well, including even the psychological implications of technology such as artificial intelligence. So in this instance, I argue in this book chapter that the most appropriate methodology for a researcher who is confronted with such a complex research questions and areas would be the utilization of a transdisciplinary research methodology, going beyond the familiar knowledge structure. So transdisciplinary research allows a researcher to consult other disciplines to make substantial contribution to the field in the wider context of public international law or related areas of domestic and regional spaces. So it will allow, or it allows essentially a knowledge seeker or a researcher to have a holistic perspective of the legal problem in question. Another illustration would be rules that are designed to protect investors. For example, in South Africa, we all know that some of these rules are failing or have failed, and many small investors have lost their savings with disastrous effects on victims who are unable to recover financially. I argue that in such cases, for example, the case of master bond, in such cases where you have the question whether the existing statutory or common law requirements for the conduct of agents, representatives, advisors, or intermediaries, or the disclosure of information and protection of investors are adequate. So from a transdisciplinary perspective, this should be approached from a transdisciplinary perspective, in the sense that a successful researcher would then need to be equipped with knowledge pertaining to ethics, for example, the psychological element that is associated with criminality, in order to successfully tender some form of recommendations for law reform. Why? Because in the context of corporate-related misconduct, for example, or corruption, you have rules that falls within the realm of ethics. You also have these rules that fall within within the confines of philosophy. For instance, entertaining questions such as why is it, or what incentivizes human beings to comply with the law. So these are some of the illustrations that I am going to advance in this book chapter. So without wasting much time, colleagues, let me conclude by saying transdisciplinary research methodologies represent the university of tomorrow, or even today. Through the dismantling and the recalibration of today's curriculum and disciplinary-based methodologies of legal research, I argue and say transdisciplinary research methodology offer a diagnostic approach to the study of legal problems that gives a holistic perspective to the researcher. On that note, Chair, I've come to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Wow, 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 wow. What a note to close the day on the transdisciplinarity that is embedded within the legal research. Of course, and rightfully so, you decided to look at international economic law. Colleagues that are physically present, you have time now to actually appreciate our two virtual presenters. The first one, from Geneva, has advanced that the Malabo Protocol, the actual Africa taking cognizance of Malabo Protocol and ratifying it, is as urgent as like yesterday, and has cited various provisions that would assist Africa to self-govern itself and to ensure that the polluter pays in terms of corporate responsibility, which is similar to your king's requirements in terms of corporate responsibility. On the other side, we have our own lecturer from the University of Free State, Freystad, arguing that within the field of law, transdisciplinary research is the way to go. Can I have some comments? Of course, I know you have written on your papers. I have mine, but I will be the only one who will be able to read them, so that then we can be able to provide evidence that we were here and the inputs to the two presentations. May we start with the presentation that deals with the Malabo Protocol? Yes, we need media. You remain important at this time. Okay, thank you. Please introduce yourself. And I'm hoping that my presenters, both of them, they are online, but I just want to, yes, thank you. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Now we have one of our own, and he's going to ask some interesting areas of explanation and deepening of understanding. Over to you. And you can ask to both of them.
All right.
Thank you.
Good day, Mr. Karia. This question is addressed to you. I've seen the importance, as you presented, the importance of the protocol, Malabo Protocol. But what I'm not really understanding, maybe you can give clarity and maybe reason, as you are in a better position to have to know what will be the reason the African states are dragging their feet in ratifying this protocol. Is it possible that there might be an external hand because of the implications that it might have, especially to those who have been plundering the continent? So is it a matter of international interference, or is it an issue of African states not trusting their own systems? What would be the problem there?
Are you done?
On the second one, no. The second speaker. I would like to have access to the book. It's a very interesting one. I feel there's a lot of areas of law that are not really covered, and I feel the approach that he's proposing is a good one. Thank you very much.
Those questions are coming from an advocate in waiting, a professor in waiting, a judge in waiting, from the university that is 150 years old, and they are posed to our own senior lecturer at the University of Free State and our own representative deputy in Geneva. In your order of priority, please respond to the questions, please.
All right, thank you so much, I appreciate it. So the question is, what would be the reason for the delays in the ratification of the protocol? Would it be international interference, or is it African countries not trusting their own system? Possibly it's a combination of several factors. As I said, that the challenge that we have as a people is not in setting standards or adopting norms and standards, but its implementation. So in a way, African countries, and maybe not only African countries, are slow to give away, because ratification of the Malabo Protocol is in a way giving a piece of your sovereignty. So there's a lot of reluctance on states, usually, when it comes to giving to supranational legal bodies like the court. That may be one of the reasons. But secondly, also, notice the historical explanation I gave to the adoption of Malabo Protocol. I said that it was developed around when Africa was very unhappy with the warrant against a sitting president. So insofar as that context is concerned, it may be that Malabo was adopted just to end or to put a stop to the ICC pursuit of sitting African heads of state. That may be one of the reasons. But overall, states are very slow in ratification of instruments. They are so slow, whether they're human rights instruments or any other instrument. There's usually a lot of jostling and cajoling which goes around for them to sign. So for this one, we should not give hope that we should leave it and give up to say Malabo should be left alone. But let's keep on, those who are in activism, let's keep on reminding states that this is our own African baby, and that we need to quickly ensure that countries ratify and that it's able to be on its feet. Thank you.
Are you satisfied? Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's allow then the colleague to actually respond on the request for the book.
Thank you very much for such a kind comment. I just want to agree first that indeed there are a lot of areas that transdisciplinary research methodology can be applied, especially when you look at in jurisprudence. Actually, in the area of jurisprudence, Max Weber has done a lot in terms of unpacking what the law is from a sociological perspective. So we already have illustrative cases where transdisciplinary research methodology has been used to some extent in law. As for the book, definitely you will have access to the book. We are currently working on the book project together with Prof. Angelo Dube. And once we finalize the book, definitely it will be available for the whole of our constituencies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You want to say something so that he knows that you will be watching for that book. It's quite important when we have Africans writing books that are moving us forward. Maybe I just need to boast and say, this is happening at a time when our own university, our own faculty is already considering transdisciplinary research and methodologies. However, one of the things, whilst I'm waiting for a hand, which I normally raise when we have these discussions, is what then does that say in terms of the normal old methodology of supervision, where you will have the person, because he happens to be in the Faculty of Law, the supervision then will be from the Faculty of Law, from the Mercantile Law Department. Whilst the actual research itself is transdisciplinary, it moves out of the Faculty of Law into the Faculty of Minerals and Energy. So what is your own then take regarding then the choice of supervisors and what format the supervisors must take for the transdisciplinary approach to be adopted? In UNISA, let me boast, we even have catalytic niche areas, big words. We align with AU 2063, with SDG, with NDP, with the outcomes debate of South Africa, which is South Africa PTY LTD strategic plan. Now, these catalytic niche areas, they take us straight to what you are referring to in transdisciplinary. But I want you to talk about what then would be the feature, the attribute, the character of supervision in that space. Over to you, my doctor.
Thank you, Chair. You have touched on a very, very important and timely area. As far as transdisciplinary research methodologies are concerned, in order for these methods to be sort of like absorbed in the law faculty or in universities, obviously there is the need to put an institutional framework as well as policies that are amicable to transdisciplinary research methodologies. Of course, this then entails that there is a need to sort of like move away from the conventional way of supervision. Already, there is a movement towards abandoning the current model that we have of supervision, which is essentially student supervisor based, because of some of these inadequacies. We have instances where a postgraduate student or a researcher would be researching on a particular topic that transcends perhaps supervisor's expertise. And in some instances, if you were to put it in percentage, maybe that particular supervisor would have 40% of the knowledge or 60% of that particular knowledge. So in such instances, then there is a need to move towards collective supervision. Obviously, team-based collective supervision has its own challenges. As far as cooperation is concerned, and of course, where even currently our students, sometimes they face challenges with even core supervision within a particular discipline. So maybe one way to approach that would be to have collaborative supervision where an academic from another discipline is invited either to make some comments from a proposal level on a particular research project or to be involved entirely. Of course, it will depend again in terms of whether they have enough time. There are a lot of institutional nitty-gritties that have to be navigated in order to have that materialize. But definitely, okay, it doesn't necessarily mean that we have to abandon the current approaches. And I think the nature of the research at hand will determine as well the kind of research methodology applicable. So in such instances, without necessarily abandoning our old ways or conventional way of approaching research, because it has its own merits, transdisciplinary research methodologies, even in the context of supervision, should be implemented in instances where they are appropriate and beneficial to the project as a whole. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. There's a follow-up question over to you. Thank you.
My question is to Dr. Shelton.
We don't know who you are.
My name is Mahlatse Makemalachi. So my question is that in regards to choosing which faculty you're going to be based in, what do you think will be the difficulties when it comes to writing, especially if maybe, for example, one is in the Department of Education and they maybe wants to write something about education, but that has to do with policy and law. Which form of writing are they going to use? The Harvard or the referencing that we use in law?
Wow.
Thank you very much, Doc, for your question. And unfortunately, the issue of reference as well does feature in these discussions, and it's quite important. But I think there is also a need to move towards harmonization of our reference systems overall. But perhaps because of the nature of the law, we use footnotes, etc., that might be problematic. But in instances where you have a researcher who wants to research on the intersection between educational policies, but in the context of legal education, I think such a research project should be housed within the law faculty, but nonetheless draw expertise that goes far beyond just the discipline of law. Because if you look at how we conventionally approach such research projects, would be to look at concomitant legislation which is applicable to, for example, legal education, without necessarily stepping out of our discipline and looking at the concept of legal education as a concept that has many variations and which has developed and which has its own theoretical underpinnings, which then informs the position of the law. So I think where the research project, for example, is 50% law related, it has to be housed in the law faculty, but drawing knowledge and expertise from other disciplines. But of course, that doesn't, in some instances, in a miniature form, the researcher can actually be well equipped to, in a moment, sort of like forget his discipline, study theories that relates to other disciplines in legal education, etc., and then use that as a theoretical basis, perhaps to advance law reform where possible. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah?
Thank you very much. And I think in the interest of time, we need to first, just to make you aware that the one and only owner of the ship is in the room. As you are giving the closing remarks, from Switzerland and also from Freistadt, please recognize our own Professor Dube. Over to you for closing remarks. We start from Switzerland, we come to Africa.
Yes, thank you so much. First, of course, to recognize Professor Dube and to celebrate him and the rest of the team who have organized this. I said it's a very exciting opportunity for us to share ideas and ideals, and we are looking forward to another one whenever to be heard. And thank you for all the initiatives which are being done by UNISA. I think it's exciting to be following what is happening. So in terms of conclusion, also I should also thank the other presenters. I think I also need the book from the professors, please. Looks very exciting. Yeah, so in conclusion, very briefly, what I was advancing in my presentation is that Africa should take charge of our own destiny. And taking charge of our own destiny will mean coming up with African norms and standards for dealing with peace and security issues, human rights issues, good governance and rule of law issues. And I'm saying that the Malabo Protocol is a step in the right direction in that regard because it builds on already existing very firm foundations of the Constitutive Act of the African Union as well as Agenda 2063. What we are hoping for is Africa to be a united force on the international arena. We see the international system being shaken, and there are moves to smart current international system for a better one which is more equal. And Africa should be prepared to be a very forceful actor in that regard. And we will not be a forceful actor in that regard if we do not rally together, not present common position on key issues on peace and security, human rights, as well as rule of law and good governance. So that's what I would say now, and thank everyone who has organized this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I would like to thank Prof. Dube and the entire UNISA staff and those who were involved in providing this important, significant platform for us to engage, as well as other contributors as well and presenters. Indeed, this is an important and profound platform for enhancing knowledge as well as for learning. Maybe my final words would be, given the context of legal research and where we are, the area of legal research indeed has become sort of like a forgotten area in as far as legal research methodologies are concerned. I am of the view that we need to revisit that area and tighten and be innovative and recalibrate our research methodologies in pursuit of transdisciplinary research methodologies that will enable us to have sort of like a holistic view of the law and its implications in society and be able to solve some of the contemporary problems that and challenges that we are faced with in the 21st century. On that note, that's all what I have, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so, so much. Can we give them the clap of praise, please? Allow me to make a plea to our veteran Charles. I've just done some consultation, and because of the time now, we have agreed that you will get your slot tomorrow so that you are able to have sufficient time. I have here a great team of intellectuals that have been here from 8 o'clock, and now is 16:24, and I believe that you would want to get their views fresh. Can I receive an indication of approval from our veteran Charles for that move? My veteran Charles, are you amenable to presenting tomorrow, please? He seems to be.
Hello? Are you talking to me, Chief Charles Taku?
Yes.
Yes, I can do that tomorrow. I got up at 4 a.m. here in New York time, and I waited, and I've just arrived at the United Nations. And tomorrow again, if you let me know the time, I'll get up again, because 4 a.m. New York time is about 10 a.m. there in Pretoria. So I'm ready to make my presentation tomorrow, if you specify the time.
Please receive our apology. You'll be the first one in the morning. That means, according to what the prof is saying, the first presentation will be you from 9 o'clock? 9 o'clock, which will be quite early from your side.
Okay, that's 3 a.m. here in New York.
Unless we can take you to the afternoon, because if we need 9 a.m. in your time, it is 4. Would that be more?
No. No, 9 a.m., the time 9 a.m. is, that is Pretoria. Then it will be 3 a.m. here in New York. So there's no problem with that.
Okay.
Or 4 a.m., that's 10 o'clock. Again, the time I was supposed to do the presentation, 10 o'clock, Pretoria time, that is 4 a.m.
Is 10 o'clock fine then? 10 o'clock?
Yes, 10 o'clock, yes, okay.
Thank
then
you. So 10 o'clock
4
it is. 10 o'clock it is. And again, our apologies. Coming straight from Professor Dube.
Yes, okay, no problem. Thank you.
Yes.
So 4 a.m., 4 a.m., which is my time here in New York, I'll be up and I'll do the presentation. That will be 10 o'clock, your time in Pretoria.
Thank you very much. I think I want to allow Prof to just say a word or two to the people that have been participating, including yourself. I believe you want to hear his voice. Military discipline, we don't go when the principal is speaking.
Thank you, colleagues, for staying with us till this late. Thank you to the colleagues joining us from overseas. This is indeed an international conference. We continue to grow bigger and bigger, and we are still going to invite you for next year's conference as well, which will be even bigger than this, and we're hoping that next year you will actually be with us physically here on the motherland. And thank you for the exciting presentations that you've given us. We appreciate those, and we look forward to engaging with them as we move them towards becoming book chapters and towards becoming features in the journal articles that we will be producing. Thank you so much, and God bless you all. Thank you.
Very nice.
Now you know that military has got discipline.